Good evening. Welcome to the June 18th, 2025 meeting of the Northampton City Council. I'm Alex Jarrett. As Council President, I'll be presiding along with Vice President Rachel Maori. The meeting and all participating in person and on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. And you can also watch this on Comcast Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube channel. I now call the City Council to order. Could you take the roll, please?
Sure. What's wrong with it? It's working.
Councillor Dobbs.
Here.
Councillor Elkins.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Clemmer.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Perry.
Here.
And Councillor Rothenberg.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Tonight's highlights include the second reading on the proposed fiscal year 2026 budget, the second time, and budget amendments to increase schools and retirement lines. Financial orders including end-of-year transfers, the parking garage system, cash capital, and the Northampton Public Schools superintendent search, and 9 Community Preservation Act recommendations for funding in second reading. Next is public comment. If you wish to make a public comment, you can sign up on the sheet at the podium. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature. If you're having trouble raising your virtual hand, you can turn on your video and physically raise your hand. If you want to submit a written public comment, you can email it to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov. It will be sent to all councilors and will be part of the public record. I'm going to alternate between people in the room and people on Zoom, and before you begin, state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to a maximum of 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, I will ask you to please finish your sentence. And if someone has already said something that you agree with, feel free to just second their thought. According to council rules, we do not respond during public comment. It is your time to speak. And our rules also state that councilors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Finally, you can speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda, and all comments are to be directed to the council. We'll start in the room with Cindy Mahoney.
I get a bonus for going first, right? Good evening. My name is Cindy Mahoney, Ward 6, Florence. The difficulty with saving for a rainy day is that the storm has already hit, and schools are desperately trying to clean up the mess left in its wake. That storm damage includes reading scores far below where they should be, resulting in a cohort of students at both the elementary and secondary level who have been left stranded. Supporting reading and math interventionists now will pay off in lower long-term costs. Reading is foundational, and in much the same way as you would repair cracks to your own basement to keep your house from collapsing, these students need support now to prevent educational collapse. The vitriol spewing forth from social media and the federal government have left students floundering in toxic sewage. Anxiety and depression rates among children require literal life preservers in these stormy seas. Sink or swim is not sound emotional pedagogy. Despite the valiant efforts of many dedicated school staff, some families with disabilities have had their trust violated and been cast aside by those in positions of authority. You too would be angry and mistrustful if your basement were flooded and your neighbor, who has a pump, mockingly tossed you a colander instead. Adults rely on Northampton's first responders and DPW to keep our city safe. As you consider the funding priorities for our city, please reflect upon the faces of the 2,496 children looking up to you now to help them keep their heads above water. Please, let's work together respectfully to fund our schools and make them a safe harbor for all students and families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Raymond Paquette.
Hello. Hello. Sorry, my voice is a little bit hoarse. I have a few questions for the mayor, and I hope the city council will consider them again as well. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to give my address, right? 32 Blackbirds Trail, Florence. That's Ward 4, I believe. The questions are simple. Why won't you provide enough funding to staff the schools at a level that the students need, given that Northampton has the money? Why are we understaffing our schools with the result that IEPs are violated? We know this is happening. It's still happening. It's happening due to lack of resources. And why are you turning your backs on public education when the students deserve well-funded public education? Northampton is known for good public education, although we are teetering on the brink of changing that. And so we deserve it. So please fund the public schools. And these are questions for the mayor. They are questions for the city council, which I guess the questions really are, why are you letting the mayor do this to us? Thank you.
Thank you. In the room, Ace Taylor.
Ace Taylor, Ward 3, Northampton. Going to be a long night tonight, folks. I first want to speak to the school funding portion of the budget. I'm thrilled that the mayor has found more money to put towards the school budget and that we've reached the level services budget that was originally proposed. I am chagrined that we haven't reached the strong budget that was advocated for by school council and the superintendent. I'm very excited that President Jarrett was meeting with Tyler Barnett about alternative ways of viewing the budget and ways of providing the school with the money that they need. I fully agree with the mayor that one-time funds should not be used for ongoing costs like salaries. Hence, I want to advocate, and this is more long-term, for swapping the order of the budget and capital improvements so that things like salaries in the budget are funded first and capital improvements can have things like free cash applied to them if cuts need to be made there. I understand that this might cause a delay in capital improvements next year, but unlike people, buildings don't have bills to pay in the meantime. In light of that, I hope that one-time funds might be able to be used this year in order to bring the strong budget into effect, with the understanding that more funding will be coming next year. I'd also love if the City Council could change the charter so that they could make increases as well as decreases to proposed budgets. Secondly, I want to speak to the Reparations Committee and their recent report. I want to thank them very heavily for the work that they've done, and I want to say that 100 years of harms cannot be solved in one. I hope they're able to continue their work. I really hope that we can create a committee or commission for ongoing work to create a reserve account for the same and to prioritize continued police reform and alternative to policing. And I close with a happy early Juneteenth. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Laura. Laura, your name and city or town, please.
Hi, my name is Laura Ernie. I'm in Florence, Ward 5. I've spoken before. We've moved here several years ago, and we were definitely drawn here by the reputation of the school system and have happily found that the teachers, the paraeducators, and Principal Wentz are all top-notch, and now my son is raring to go as a first grader continuing at Leeds. It does concern me, like many other people have mentioned and probably will mention tonight, that although the school committee, the educators, and experienced administrators like Principal Wentz have advocated for the strong school budget, which accounting for inflation of 2.5%, that this is about a 10% increase from 2025. Yet the 2026 budget that has been proposed that you'll vote on tonight only increases the school budget by 3%. Again, that accounts for inflation. The 5.88% does not. This is not even meeting the community experts halfway. And when the superintendent presented the strong budget, I did not hear her advocate for it, and instead interpreted her message as the NPAS schools are good enough. And with all due respect to her experience and service to this community, as a parent of 2 young kids in this district, I want to see a person holding the superintendent's position strongly advocating for our schools and striving for them to be great, not just good enough. Good enough will not continue to attract new families like mine. NPS enrollment has been declining. As we all know, this is a countrywide issue, but it is double the rate in Northampton that it is compared to the state average, 8 versus 4%. Local families are instead choosing charter schools and private schools and homeschooling. Why? To me, This points to the need to increasing our community investment in our school system, not reducing it to the point where we cannot fill teacher positions that are lost due to attrition or retirement. Although the mayor's budget message to the council notes that paraeducators will be increased, they will different duties than teachers, and retirement should not make up for the loss of teacher FTEs.
That was time. If you could finish your sentence.
Impacts of weaker school budget. And, I just want to say that with our conservative strategy, I urge you guys to try to find a way to find the $2.7 million that will keep the budget strong, and listening to our community experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In the room, Jennifer James.
Having watched the public comment at the school committee, I was touched and upset by the students speaking at the meeting on a topic I'm positive you've heard me express deep concern over myself. I want you to understand that there is a wide forest of other students in the wings at Northampton High School, equally affected by the cuts to basic faculty that are invisible. Please use your power to resolve the staffing at NHS, including the loss of our incredibly valuable technical support teacher and lack of interventionists to enable all NHS students to meet their unique potential. Not just AP and Smith able families at this point, but those with no voice that are never represented by those with the confidence to speak to power. Without interventionists in math and reading, many students that have been recently identified will never take a class at Smith, Hoyok Community College, or an AP course, not because they were never able, but because without intervention, their potential will always be unrealized. Intervention can be so small and yet life-changing. I'm relieved that the mayor has decided to support the restoration of faculty to our humanities and science departments, but why now? After over a year of knowing this existed, has this finally touched voters who are meaningful to our city leadership? Has it finally touched a nerve? If you are one of those parents, students who has finally stood up to speak to this problem, or a leader in our city, I hope you will not stop with your own needs being met. I hope this is the tipping point where the realization that our schools are a vital part of our city takes form and votes for the actual support of our students, every kind of student, without an AP or honors label attached. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Angela. Angela, your name and city or town, please.
Okay, and I apologize. Let me turn my video on. Angela Wack, and I live in Northampton, Ward 2. I've spent my life in education, and as we all know, Massachusetts is the birthplace of public education and is highly regarded throughout the country as one of the best states in the union to receive a public education. So when we moved here about almost 3 years ago to Northampton, I was very surprised to hear that it seems as though the public education system here is failing to teach many of its students how to read professionally. And as we all know, reading is the foundation to learning. If you don't know how to read, it gets really hard to read to learn. So I started doing some digging, and I started realizing that Massachusetts has an issue. They allowed low-quality curriculum to be adopted. They didn't properly fund literacy education, and they didn't encourage adoption of scientifically proven research curriculum that has been proven by research to be effective. So Massachusetts has fallen behind. The entire state has fallen behind literacy education in the United States. In fact, according to a 2023 article in the Boston Globe, low-income students in Florida and Mississippi have performed better on a national fourth grade reading exam than their Massachusetts counterparts since 2019. That's Mississippi. They were 49th before 2019 in the union. So what's going on? Well, one of the things is during the 21 and 22 school year, NPS obtained a grant from the state because the state finally realized we need to do something and adopt some more research-based curriculum that is scientifically proven. There's lots of studies out there about how your brain develops for reading, which is not an innate ability. It's actually we're using old parts of our brain. There's a great curriculum. The curriculum committee did a great presentation on it if anybody wants to learn more. So the students, they've already began this process in the schools, but there's been a problem with some ineffective policies inadequate funding by the state that we've spoken about, and the incredibly high turnover in leadership positions over the last several years.
That was time. If you could just finish your sentence.
Okay. So it is not just about funding. It's also about the other components that create a strong educational system that I do think that we have the pieces for. And before we start funding more, we need to figure out exactly where we need the funding to go to be the most effective.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just gonna see. More people. Okay, Kathy McNally.
Hi, everybody. Kathy McNally, Gleason Road, Northampton. You may see these questions. You might have seen them in email. They came about because we've been doing at SOS some canvassing and house parties, that sort of thing. And people have been saying, okay, we get it. There's money. We see the tension. We see kids are suffering. So what's the motivation for it? That's the question we get. Like, so why is it being done? And other people may have a better idea, but I personally am like, I don't know. I don't know if the mayor knows something we don't know about the future. I don't know if government wants to get out of education. You hear that, like people want to get out. You hear the legislature loves charter schools. I don't know. But I do know that when we ask why, what we really can't hear anymore and don't want to hear because it's not really an answer is appeals to the authority of Department of Revenue or appeals to our independent auditor, appeals to free cash and recurring, etc. We want to hear the real reason, and embedded in that is going to be something difficult. And I beg of you to be brave and say it, and here's what I mean. We are okay with kids not reading or high school students having to go to Smith for 3 classes a week, not being able to take classes at their own school. We are okay with people leaving our school to go to charter schools, and here's why. Here's why it's so important, whatever we have this money for, that we can't do those basic things. So maybe some kids are collateral damage, as they are like Firestone tire products. When they had bad tires, they're like, yeah, we're going to lose some people. You know, some tires are going to blow up. We're going to lose some people. It's a cost of doing business. Are the kids in various groups that you know who are at risk and at danger, are they collateral damage because something else is really important? Please tell us, and please have the courage to say, here's why I can live with that. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is Maria. Your name and city or town, please. Maria, are you able to unmute?
Yes. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. I am Maria Viana, Ward 6, Northampton. And I have 3 questions for the mayor, who is the chair of the school committee. Number 1, why won't you provide the funding for the staff our students need? 2, why are IEPs being knowingly violated? And 3, why are you turning your back on public education? Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room is Janet Kyle.
Hi. I'm here tonight about the Reparations Commission.
Your name and city or town.
Yep, sorry, Janet Kyle, Leeds, Massachusetts. I'm here about the Reparations Commission, and I respectfully request that this be tabled, as well as request that both Councilors Elkin and Perry recuse themselves from any discussion and any related vote. They both sit on the commission and have been part of dissenting discussion and votes. It's not fair that they get an additional vote here that may not be in the best interest of the commission. Additionally, I request that within your budget you allot funds to continue the work of the commission. At the last meeting on June 10, a motion was passed to continue the work for another year. However, only 5 black community members have been spoken to in this research. If this is public service, more public feedback is really necessary. The chairperson stated repeatedly that night that they only had the room until 7 p.m., but he allowed other votes beyond 7 p.m. without proper discussion. Commissioner Morris asked why they were rushing things. No answer. He interrupted and spoke over Morris, as well as claimed that they didn't need to answer to the public. The report is incomplete. It has errors in content and form. The table of contents is incorrect, and the executive summary is missing altogether. From a professional standpoint, corrections should be made before any formal presentation is made. In business, heads would roll if this went to print and was sent to a client. Additionally, Ms. Elkins arrived after most of the public comment. In the past, she's stated here that she doesn't see the point in discussing things further and that the vote carries the day. That's not true representation of the people as a councilor at large. That's a representation of one. Councilor Perry moved at the end of that meeting to send recommendations to the City Council when it should have been tabled and the meeting should have ended. A very heated discussion ensued. Another motion was made to send the report to City Council with appropriate edits, but those have not been made. Again, I request that you table tonight's presentation to a future meeting to allow these edits, typos, and formatting errors to be corrected, and that Elkins and Perry recuse themselves from any vote on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom is iPad. Your name and city or town. Are you able to speak? Can you hear us? Well, we can come back to you. We'll go back to person in the room, Andrea Reber. Oh, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Your name and city or town.
All right, hi, my name is Dan Brandell. I live down the street, Phillips Place. I was hopeful that tonight I'd be talking about the resident written ordinance that we presented to rezone the lot across the street that O'Connell plans to build, and the planning board has now cleared one of the biggest buildings in town to go in, residential lot, until a few years ago. Unfortunately, notice didn't go out within the 14-day window. That, unfortunately, is also reflective of a kind of lawlessness that I've experienced in the last 4 months navigating this entire process, whether that be insufficient notice during the form-based code, to a planning board member sitting through 10 minutes of presentations by strong towns and then lying about it during disclosure, to a missed 14-day window here, a missed 14-day window there, et cetera, et cetera. It's a problem, and it's part of this overbearing, unchecked, authoritarian executive. It's an issue. It robs residents of their rights of input and oversight. They seem like small little laws, but they are laws. And breaking those laws robs us of an essential feedback loop. The city might not want to hear it. I do. If you have horror stories about the planning department, send them to me. ParadiseCityProgressives.org. City Hall doesn't want to hear it. I do. We need somebody who is running for mayor that is saying we need to reestablish this feedback loop. We need to cancel the Picture Main Street that no one wants, that is killing Main Street right now, that is emptying it out like a ghost town. We need to do away with the form-based code that is blowing up our neighborhoods. Every single resident in these neighborhoods is telling the city, and the city doesn't want to hear it. We need to get rid of the Complete Streets initiative that is stopping DPW from doing their jobs because the planning department doesn't want them to. And because nobody else is running on that, I am running on that. I'm running for mayor. I would love your support. I would love your help to fix this city. I need your signatures, and if I get them and I run, we can save this city together. Let's do it, finally. It needs it. It's dire. Look outside.
Thank you. In the room, Andrea Reber.
Andrea Reber. I live on Franklin Street, Ward 2. And I'm a former member of the Northampton Reparations Committee that brought forth the resolution that established the Reparations Commission. And I'm here to speak in support of extending the Commission's work for another year, because I believe that input from a wide spectrum of Northampton's Black residents is necessary and has not been gathered yet due to no fault of the Commission. They need more time to identify Black residents and interview them for their ideas about reparations in Northampton. This will ensure that the report and its recommendations truly reflect the desires of our Black community, which is vital for the success of achieving meaningful reparations in our city. Finally, I wish to comment on the responses sent to the Commission by some local banks and by Smith College regarding the racially restrictive covenants discovered in some of their past deeds and records. In general, they contend that because these covenants are now illegal and unenforceable, the fact that they exist is now moot. Many did, however, acknowledge that these covenants are abhorrent. I agree they're abhorrent, but not that they're moot. They show that harm was done to Black residents of Northampton and therefore to their descendants. This harm must be redressed. The city has the power to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Maritha Wallace.
Hello, I am a resident of Sunderland, and I am a paraprofessional at sorry. And I am a paraprofessional at JFK Middle School. Happy Juneteenth. I haven't heard anybody say that yet, since we're talking about what Black people want, what Black people need. Happy Juneteenth. Let's acknowledge it. Thank you so much. All right. Education is the passport for the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. That's a quote from El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, otherwise known as Malcolm X, on this eve of Juneteenth. I am just here to say thank you for some money, because it was greatly needed. However, we still need things. We still need to help our students read. We need to help them write. We need to help them do math. So I am asking that we vote for the strong budget, one that we as educators have been asking for a lot. And I stand here and stand with those who have special needs kids, those whose kids have trouble reading and doing math, because this is what we need to do. These kids are the future of what tomorrow is, if you will. And we're doing them a huge disservice by not preparing them for the world. So I'm asking, again, for the strong budget. Now, I know a lot of you are like, okay, whatever, we've already made up our minds. I'm asking you to do a little self-searching, a little self-looking at deep within about what you will do in a moral society, knowing that kids are our future. Now, I've had people dig into my personal file. Okay, I still stand here, stand with the kids, and stand with the families who are not having IEPs met.
That was time, if you could finish your sentence.
And I will finish that. We need to do better. Thank you so much, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. In person, Marsha Morris. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for being willing to hear me. My name is Marsha Morris, and I am in Ward 3, Bridge Street in Northampton. Someone asked me, why do I care about this commission of reparations? We're struggling to finish our work. And what keeps me going back and what keeps me focused on the work is my love for African Americans. I love Black people in all that we do, how we change the world culturally. African Americans influence the world. George Floyd was able to focus the world because African Americans, unbeknownst to us, have so much power. But like any group in America that has been under assault, we need support. As a resident of Northampton, I am asking this body to consider the voice of the African American. The African Americans that have been interviewed so far express a need for a change with policing, a change of the culture of Northampton so that people are not followed, people are not assumed to be criminals. And we ask for you to take reparations seriously. Particularly, people are talking about money allocated. There's several examples going on in the country right now. Tulsa, Oklahoma has set aside $100 million for the victims of that race riot. And as people know, Evanston is also, another city, has also set aside money for the people of that city.
That was time. If you could
So with
your
that,
sen-
I would like to say thank you. I will have more comment when we present the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room, Nathan Chung.
Hi, thank you. Nathan Chung, Northern resident. I'm gonna be probably a little more direct than usual. Just want you to consider that this is a diverse city composed of different incomes, different privileges, different wealth. Some people come from wealthy families and they don't have to work full time. Some people have to work multiple jobs. I am privileged here enough to be here and talk, while at the same time other people are working right now and I get to rent. It's still a privilege. Some of you own a lot of homes. So there's this narrative that this is a wealthy community that you can just continue to increase taxes. And the other thing is there's just been this focus on schools only, but think about it. It's an entire city. That's one particular need, a very important one, but everybody has different needs. We talk about capital. Guess what capital is composed of? Roads, streets, sidewalks, sewers, waters, and the library. If you care about kids reading well, you also want to maintain libraries well through proper capital funding. It's not just this isolated system. And just as an example, I looked at the census data. I sent you all a public comment this morning. Anybody can ask for it. I did some different analysis. Just to show you this little inequality that exists in Northampton, 36% of Northampton rental households are cost burden, which means they spend 30% or more of their income on housing. For contrast, 26% homeowners with mortgages are cost burdened, 10% without mortgages are not. So that means already that renters are facing much more financial burden than others. So if you want to talk about creating a more equitable community that's good for everybody, you shouldn't just talk about one particular need for particular people. You should also be talking about all these issues that affect everyone. At the end of the day, a student gets to go home and face the financial issue their parents might be experiencing themselves. Like if you're always talking about equity using these abstract words, but you are not addressing these fundamental needs like housing, proper infrastructure, transportation, what does that mean for the family as a whole? I just want you to consider that different aspect. And also about that, if you want to have a critical viewpoint, that's really healthy. Life isn't just about one particular need, and government workers at different departments and different positions have different challenges. Not everybody should take their summers off. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Okay. Next in the room, Richard Parr.
Hello. My name is Rich Parr. I live in Florence, Ward 7. I have two kids in the Northampton Public Schools, one going into the 7th grade at JFK and one into the 5th in Leeds. I'm here to voice my support for the mayor's budget tonight, which would be the 4th consecutive increase of 5% or more in the city's contribution to the schools. That hasn't happened in 50 years in Northampton. I also want to thank the mayor for finding additional savings and for increasing the base level of funding. Now that the state Senate has approved more funding for the schools, I hope that that becomes the reality in the state budget, but I'm glad that we're going ahead and committing that money. I really do think that this budget represents a good faith effort to maximize funding for the schools without jeopardizing the city's fiscal stability. I'm grateful for the mayor's efforts on this. It's hard and it's lonely to be the person who needs to look at the books and say, this is what we can afford, especially given the tenor of the debate around this issue in the city. So I urge the City Council to vote to approve the budget tonight, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Just going to see if anyone else has signed up. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak? Come on up. Name and city or town, please.
Okay. Start my timer. My name is Benjamin Spencer, and I live in Northampton. Nice to see you all. So I had the opportunity to watch the most recent school committee meeting. Didn't get to see it entirely. For some reason, the video cuts off before that very long meeting ends, so maybe we maxed out our YouTube. I'm not sure why. But you know, in that meeting, you know, it was discussed where the money for 2 additional teaching positions came from, and it was made very clear in that meeting that that's the result of decisions made at the state level. There's a budget that's, you know, the governor and the Senate and the House are looking at monies that can go to the cities, and you know, it became clear only more recently that there's a bit more money available. So hence the ability to hire 2 more teachers, which is excellent because there's clearly a need. So I just wanted to point that out because I think it's important to sort of stick to the facts of the matter. So there's that. And then the other thing I would just encourage people to consider is, you know, school concerns. The school committee is are tasked with thinking about how to best steward our schools, and it seems to me that it's if you have concerns about the schools, the place to go with those concerns is to school committee meetings and talking to those committee members about what your concerns are and what you would like the school committee to do to address those concerns, because it is their job to be stewards of the school. It is not the city council's job to be the stewards of the school. I just want to be sure that's clear to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. On Zoom, Paula.
Hi, I'm Paula Regano, and I live in Northampton, and I just want to say, as long as we're talking facts, and we want to clarify where the extra money for the teachers came from, $117,000 of that money was from additional funds from the state. Another $101,000 was found through an IT audit in the existing budget. And so if we're going to talk about facts, let's be factual. Half the money came from an audit into the IT budget, and what people have continued to say is maybe we need to look more closely at our budget and look at line items and go through it and audit it and see if there's money available. And that is a fact. Also, the school committee does make decisions. They promoted a strong budget, but only the city council can vote for that. So, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Well then, thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Would anyone else like to speak? Luke.
Luke Rotello, Ward 5, Northampton. Again, I did not intend to speak tonight, but again, I feel the need to reiterate that with every reference made by advocates for austerity in our city, with respect to the school committee and its powers and authorities, that there has been remarkable hypocrisy in this regard, in that there will be deference to the school committee and say, this is the school committee's matter. But at the end of the day, when the school committee brings these matters to the council, when the school committee, tasks our superintendent with finding the most effective ways to spend $600,000 as a one-time appropriation, these decisions are not adequately respected by our council and by our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay, thanks very much. Okay, we move on to announcements from councilors and the mayor. Councilor Doves.
Thanks. I would like to announce that the Ordinance Review Committee is having a public forum this on Monday, June 30th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Senior Center, which is 67 Conn Street. We're having a public forum for people to gather together and talk about ideas for ordinance changes, ordinance suggestions for new ordinances or ordinances that need to be removed. So everybody is welcome to come on out, and we're here to listen. So hope to see you there. That's June 30th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Senior Center. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got an announcement about our meeting schedule for the summer. So the City Council meets once in July and once in August. This is on Zoom only. And so the dates are Thursday, July 10th and Thursday, August 21st. We're going to resume our regular first and third Thursday schedule in September back in hybrid form. Councilor Elkins.
Yes, I want to announce that Legislative Matters and Planning Board will be meeting jointly on July 17th at 6:30 to discuss the petition zoning change that was referred out the last. It is the case that there was a mistake in the posting, which does require a 14-day posting before any hearing of that. While that posting issue was cured and all the petitioners and property owner and relevant folks with the parties of interest with that were notified of the previously scheduled date, out of an abundance of caution, we have rescheduled it, as I said, for July 17th at 6:30. And so at that point in time, we'll be hearing. I'd be happy to hear from everybody who has an interest in that matter, and we may have also something else referred out at this meeting that Legislative Matters might be addressing that night, but so that is the case.
Thank you. Councilor Maori.
Yes. Okay. So I wanted to make sure that community members know about the LUCE hotline, LUCE. In light of the lack of due process with our Immigration and Customs Enforcement, also known as ICE, which is amounting to state-sanctioned abductions, folks are encouraged to call the hotline and report any potential sightings of marked or unmarked ICE officials and activity. This helps document and verify ICE activities with the goal of helping to keep our vulnerable community members safer. That number is 617, I don't know if I can say that, 617-370-5023. You can also go to Luce Mass, LUCE, MAS, oneword.org, and I will leave these flyers in the council office in City Hall, and I'll have plenty if people want to pick them up. There's some in the back of the room here, too. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Perry.
Alrighty. Just a couple things. One, I want to say that I don't think I've mentioned this before, but the Parties in the Park is happening. It's this brand new DJ series that they're doing in Pulaski Park. It's going to be Wednesdays from 6 to 9. and July 9th through August 27th, I believe. They're happening, the Arts Council's doing it, so just another way to activate folks and get people enjoying our streets. And then I just wanted to say that our last community resources meeting, we did have the director of the DNA, Andrea Munson, here, and talked about a lot of the work that's being done in our communities and with our businesses as we prepare for changes. And there's a lot of excitement, and there's opportunities for our community to get involved. There's sidewalk sales coming up, Summer on Strong coming up, and I'm super excited about the great Northampton Haunt in October. There's market, farmers market stuff. There's a lot of creative stuff. So just head over to the DNA, and they're also doing some beautification projects that you can also be involved with. So if you want to help clean up the city, let's all come together and make this a place we all continue to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor?
Envelope with another one?
Sure, Councilor Maori.
Yes, I just want to announce that on Thursday, Juneteenth, tomorrow, there'll be from 2 to 4 at the Salvo Dining Room. There's going to be a celebration. Come enjoy music, a historical tribute to honor and enjoy the special day together. That's the Salvo House tomorrow, 2 to 4.
Thank you. Are there any other committee meetings that will be happening between now and our next meeting? Yeah, Councilor Moll?
City Services will meet on Monday, July 7th to take up both the referrals of the last meeting and tonight's meeting.
Great. Thank you. Okay. Thanks for those announcements. That brings us to presentations, and we have the Northampton Reparations Study Commission, and we have Chair Usman Power Green here. Before you begin, I just wanted to mention that the Commission has requested an extension of 1 year, and due to the length of the agenda tonight and to give the Mayor and the Council time to review the report, I've placed the extension request on our July 10th agenda. And all commission funds will be encumbered into the next fiscal year, so there will be no break in funding. Welcome, Dr. Power Green.
Welcome, everyone. Happy pre-Juneteenth, everybody. Good evening. I was mentioned, I'm Usman Power Green. I'm chair of the Northampton Reparations Study Commission, and I'm here to speak to you all about the report the commission has submitted for your review. As you know, nearly 2 years ago, the commission engaged in its work. We are very excited by the work we've done, and I think that it is appropriate for me to mention, I know y'all just did announcements, but part of our work, or essential part of our work, has been looking at the role of enslavement in Northampton. And so I'm very excited. I just came from a meeting with Historic Northampton, but we didn't make it for Juneteenth. We didn't get it in time, but by July 3rd, we will be presenting an exhibit about slavery in Northampton. And I bring that up because it's central to a lot of the work that we've been doing, which is thinking about going all the way back, coming to present, and thinking about the historic role of racialized harms and the impact it still continues to have. As you all know, in August of 2023, actually, let me start my timer. Try to stay on time here. In August 2023, the commission met in person at City Hall to discuss how best to carry out its charge. At this meeting, 2 commissioners, including myself, served as chairs, and throughout the fall of 2023, the commission focused on establishing its charge and processes, setting the stage for its research and engagement work. Commissioners reviewed historical precedents, particularly examining the racial disparities documented in Northampton's housing and civic life. We began compiling ideas for municipal-driven reparative actions, reviewed the regulations and efforts and programs in other municipalities, and emphasized the importance of centering Black voices throughout the process. Public comments, which we had regularly, some people in here publicly commented regularly, were encouraged the commission to ensure transparency and community feedback mechanisms were built into each meeting. Commissioners also began outreach to historical groups and community allies, laying the groundwork for deeper community engagement. Over the winter of 2023-2024, the Commission refined its focus on tangible deliverables. Discussions centered on survey development to gather input on racial climate and reparations-related needs. Commissioners debated eligibility criteria for potential reparations programs, engaged with Northampton High School Black Student Union, and plans for collaboration with faith-based communities gain momentum. Commissioners also reviewed and updated their internal processes to ensure that we went forward with our task to try to be as efficient as we possibly could. By this spring, the Commission intensified its data collection and public engagement efforts in order to try to gather as many voices as possible. The Commission continued to partner and collaborate with former committee members of the Northampton Reparations Committee, as well as legal aid organizations, city offices, local historians, to support implementation strategies. Conversations about immediate and long-term municipal actions gained sharper definition, with priorities coalescing around educational support, housing equity, and better oversight of the police. Commissioners also began outlining the structure of their report and considered the timing for its public release. During this period, the Commission sought support and guidance from members of other commissions, such as the Amherst Commission, inviting members of that commission to speak to us and guide us. The Commission also utilized experts for those who are engaged in reparations efforts beyond the community of Northampton, as well as places like Evanston. We also invited people such as our Register of Deeds, Mary Oberding, to come and give us context and content for us to think about the role of restrictive covenants in Northampton. Throughout the summer of 2024, the Commission continued to shift towards synthesizing its research into concrete recommendations. They engaged the community, or we engaged the community, faith leaders, organized public events focused on Northampton's Black history, and began drafting sections of our report. Commissioners debated, heatedly sometimes, programmatic ideas like homeowner assistance, fair policing initiatives, transportation equity, and public historical memorials, stressing the need to balance ambitious goals with feasible near-term actions. Attention also turned to the eventual transition from study to action, with strategic discussions about community involvement, city council collaboration, and pathways to implement reparative policies after the report's submission. The Commission continued its work in the fall of 2024, emphasizing the urgent need to focus on community outreach, education, and gathering public input. Planning began for interviews and public events. In November, meetings centered on presentations about enhancing community engagement. The Commission, consistent with the charge from the City Council and the Mayor, followed the example led by the Police Review Commission and other commissions, submitted the preliminary draft. On Martin Luther King Day of 2025, the Commission began a 6-week community engagement initiative that brought these initial recommendations into the community, right? These recommendations were central to a community survey we created, in which we had over 400 participants. 5% of those participants were Black, with a population about 2-something% of Black people here. So the survey respondents actually were larger than our actual Black population, right? Now, in addition to the surveys, we had QR codes that sought to get as much community feedback as we could, particularly with in-depth interviews. Community members at the events that we held were a part of what we considered a broader truth-telling project in public education, which we see as central to reparations. The Commission discussed it, extending its timeline and address symbolic issues, but also the ways in which our work can extend to the lives of Black people in Northampton today. This deepening community engagement initiative that I mentioned, which I talked about, we talked about wanting to do that last time we presented, includes screenings at Edwards Church. Our goal was to try to engage as many faith-based institutions as possible to be sure that we're covering different parts of the city, and we're gathering those interested in the issues and those interested in learning about reparations to be able to have a space to be able to do that. We continue to have presentations from members of the community throughout the whole entire time, at all of our commission meetings. We held, I mentioned before, several documentaries, one at Edwards Church, or two at Edwards Church in February 2025. In February, we also held a public event, which is well attended, to talk about racist covenants and deeds, to try to get out in the community and invite people to come and engage in a conversation about that. In addition to the public programs, St. John's Church sponsored a community listening session in which commissioners listen to community members speak about their ideas for reparations, as well as ideas that inform this report. The Commission's final community engagement event, entitled Freedom Dreaming, Resistance, Resilience, and Repair in the Age of Trump, was held at Forbes Library. And this event discussed how the history of slavery and Jim Crow in Northampton fit within the context of the contemporary reparations movement. Right. The discussions during this community engagement initiative showed a deep interest in reparative action on the part of citizens of Northampton. Now, what you all have been presented in this report includes recommendations, and I wanted to just take a moment to talk about a few in terms of how we think about what we're hoping will come about of our report and our recommendations. So a few of them. We strongly recommend the creation of a reserve account for reparations. If Northampton is to pursue reparative action, it must create a reserve account for reparations, right? Literally to reserve money for that purpose, and we recommend that this account be funded through the city. The purpose of the reparations reserve account is to provide reliable and anticipatable funding amounts for reparative actions. We recommend that the city allocate funding to support private reparations engagement work being undertaken by community organizations committed to historical truth-telling and racial justice. We also recommend that Northampton supports Massachusetts Senate Bill S1181 and U.S. House Bill H.R. 40, both aiming to further the study of reparations on a state and national level. We've been engaged throughout the whole time in both the statewide process as well as the regional process in New England, other cities, and as well as attending meetings for the national process. We strongly recommend the creation of a permanent implementation body or bodies, City Council Reparations Committee or something as such, in order to carry forward the recommendations in this report and to support future truth-telling reparative efforts and to ensure accountability in city government, and additionally to extend the study commission. Right. This long arc of repair is generational work, and it must be sustained beyond the life of any single commission. In closing, for our community, reparations should not and cannot rest on this work of one commission. Rather, reparations must be a commitment of the community to remedy historic wrongs. Our commission was charged with making recommendations. Accordingly, we've done so, and we've couched these recommendations in community input and feedback. In order to ensure that the struggle for reparations continues, this commission has recommended before and now, and reiterated this report, that the Northampton create the necessary and appropriate infrastructure for reparations, which I mentioned. Right? We strongly recommend the creation of, as I mentioned, a permanent body that will allow for us to do this work beyond the commission. And we also really hope that the mayor, the city council, other commissions will ensure and chronicle and publicize these reparative efforts. The commission has worked zealously for nearly 2 years, preceding us. The Northampton Committee on Reparations, some members are here today, worked for 2 years, so in sum, the time necessary for the city to craft its detailed resolution, the city has engaged in the study of reparations for almost 4 years. Can more be done? Of course. Right? That's what we're suggesting. That said, right, given the attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion, the federal government's rampant racism, that, for example, Massachusetts more recently, has been highlighted by the work of ICE and others, the commission feels like there is an urgency of now. The commission recognized since inception that its work was a beginning and in no way an end, and so as a critical pillar of our recommendations, we request that the council create, as I mentioned twice now, an infrastructure for continuing the struggle for reparations and implementing reparative efforts. Look at that, 4 minutes early. So I'll defer to my colleagues who'd like to speak.
Welcome, Commissioner Morris.
Oh, yeah, well, this has the 4 minutes.
Thank you, Usman. do agree that a lot of work has been done, and we've been working hard on trying to really get into the deeply embed ourselves into the community to bring forward the voice of the Black community. As Commissioner Usman said, there was 5% response from the survey, which had over 400 people. That meant 24 Black people responded to the survey. We're in the process of doing interviews to go deeper, to have a better understanding of what is going on within the Black community. Unfortunately, because of the work, it takes time to do this. One of the things that I will say about our chair is that one of the hardest things to do in putting out ideas and actually documenting something is someone doing that first draft. So we had the preliminary report, which when we put that out, I came before you and had very strong feelings about that report not reflecting what I considered a professional job. I do feel like we took a huge jump forward. But as someone said in this meeting, in the comment part, as a person that's been in private industry most of my life, we would never turn in a report that is incomplete. We would never turn in a 53-page report without an executive summary, because mostly that's what people read, is the executive summary, and then you attach the recommendations to it, and people usually go through the recommendations to find what they're particularly interested in. And this is what I came before you before and said, hey, I really, really believe in research when research and the community meet. I've seen this be very powerful. But when we're talking about the African American community, we need to align the recommendations to what are the things that Black people care about. I understand that we have 48 recommendations, but they're not aligned with the 3 things that came up in the interviews and the surveys that have come up so far. Those 3 things, which I mentioned before, are culture, being followed in stores, being made to feel unwanted, being made to feel like the other. Policing. There was a whole policing commission. So it's not new news that policing is an issue. And let's be honest about this, and this is something that wasn't in the report. George Floyd focused everybody's attention on this. Let's be honest. So how do we turn in a report that doesn't have a robust policing part of it? I just can't see us doing that. I appreciate the hard work that this commissioner has put in. And like I said, it's always the toughest part. It's easy for me to stand up here and say what's wrong with the report. I didn't write that. I helped create the structures for us to get the community feedback. So it's easy for me to say that. But that doesn't mean I don't appreciate the work that this brother put in. But
Commissioner, we're coming to the end of the presentation portion. I do want to make sure we leave time for questions.
Absolutely. But the only piece that we've not discussed in real ways, and this has been about the reparations in all of the cities, is how money is going to be brought in and who gets the money. Let's be honest. Everybody knows in the bottom line, that's what people are going to care about. So with that, I say thank you.
Thank you. We have 13 minutes left for questions for any of the commissioners from the council. Councilor Rothenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for my constituent, Commissioner Morris. It seemed at the end of your last meeting that there was a disagreement amongst the commissioners about what is intended by your vote to send us a report. You voted no. Many commissioners voted no. And it seemed that even that one of my other constituents who voted yes understood this to be a temporary, in other words, you're sending in another draft, but this is not your report.
I believe, and if I understand, and I'm always quoted by Marissa, one of your city councilwomen, that we're supposed to engage the community. We put out a report. It's never gotten feedback from the community. So that's one thing. And two, we've only talked to 5 black people. If it takes more time to talk to black people, I'm for it. Sorry if it takes more time. This is a white community. It's hard to find people. Not because they don't want to be engaged, but because, like the tensions in our meetings, black people have differences of opinion. You know, we're not all aligned. We're not all the same. So yes, we believe that this report was a draft and that we were going to do presentations to the community and get feedback from community members, and most importantly, from black community members. I'm not going to stop talking about this. I probably sound like a broken record.
If I could add a question to that, and thank you for commenting on that. So if the understanding is that this is a draft and you overwhelmingly voted as a commission to continue the work, to extend the study for a year, are you going to be coming back to City Council with a request for more funding? If you could speak to that.
Absolutely. We've been trying to spend down.
Just want to be clear. Are you speaking as you or as the commission?
Oh, I
feel like the chair should speak if the question is about. Is this about what Commissioner Morris would like, or what the commission is requesting?
What Commissioner Morris would like.
If I may, I, as a member of the commission, I'd prefer to hear from the chair about that. I don't.
If I may, I think it would be appropriate for you to be able to ask your own question. If I could have an answer to mine.
So
Commissioner Morris and then Councilor Elkins, you may ask a question as well.
I think this is evidence of the dynamic that goes on in our meeting. If black women want to speak, there's every reason why we shouldn't. And I just got to be honest about that. And I've been saying that. I had that conversation with you. I'm not hiding how I feel about this. There's been an utter disrespect toward us and our opinions. And so, you know, I'm not even going to say what I think because Councilwoman Elkins has made it clear she doesn't want to hear from me.
Councilor Elkins? Councilor Maley?
I just want to just briefly thank all the commissioners present for this work. This is, I mean, I knew when you formed the commission it was going to be really tough work, and I imagine really triggering, and you stuck with it, and you're making Northampton a place we can all be proud of eventually in every level, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilor Perry.
So, Chair, Power Green, you're going to stay right there.
Sure. Okay. So that makes you asking me a question.
I'm not a fan of misinformation and misdirection, and I just want to be clear. Did not our administrative assistant say that we talked to more than 5 people? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. And I was clearly sent out to all of the commissioners, including Commissioner Morris. I believe it went out to everyone.
I think well, just to be clear, I believe it came up the process has been ongoing, everybody, right? So even though we've been working on this, one of our commissioners continued to interview people. And so it ended up being more than 5, but, I still, yeah, go ahead.
And so then that leads me to, I just want to have on the record is that part of making this commission was that we wanted the commission to be a majority of people of color, African Americans. And so in that, when we talk about negating voices, especially of black women, we are a majority of black women who were there. I'm not certain if those people are included. We had some who have left, but last my count, we had at least 7 people of color, black people, on that commission. They also have families, and so I'm just wondering, Chair Green, when we're talking about outreach, did we also try and go into spaces where there were people of color?
Yeah, I mean, there is no question that our goal and our intention was to try to gather as many voices of African Americans as possible, right? And so, we not only represent a variety of people, black people in the community, but we also engage black community members to gather information in an attempt to do that. As Commissioner Morris mentioned, frankly, a lot of African Americans don't really feel that comfortable going on record and speaking about racialized harms. You ask them about racialized harms. I mean, we had, our survey respondents, which wrote, and some of the quotes are in here from some of their experiences. So what you'll get in this report are those experiences. But of course, I agree, and I'm sure that others agree that we definitely could have more input, and more input would be better. At the same time, these recommendations, and we have quotes from the survey results and the interviews, reflect, African American members, people who've lived in Northampton, people that lived and left, people who felt their experiences here were not experiences that promoted them, right? Their voices are reflected in here. And so, just to be clear, we, engaged in a very comprehensive 6-week going to different spaces. We had some volunteers in this room to go into spaces and attempt to get people to participate in the study. And as those of you who've been on commissions and done studies, it's not always easy to do that. But I might disagree with my commissioner on the outcome, but of course we're united in the sense that we want to see as many diverse voices, black voices, as was mentioned, as possible. And I believe this report reflects that. Some people don't agree. Actually, I think it was 8-2 actually was the vote to support submitting it, so it wasn't a majority of people.
No, that's not correct. That's not the correct count.
There was one abstention.
There was one abstention.
No, you also had Jeremy and Renika and Marcia. You certainly had at least 3.
Nope.
Yeah, well, I mean, point is that the majority of commissioners, so 2 things. The majority of commissioners would like to see
And the
commission
abstention.
extended.
Well, I'm sorry. Finishing my thought. Do you understand how?
Stop talking.
Yeah,
I'm finishing a sentence. Sometimes it takes me a little longer to
You may
process.
finish after Dr. Power Green is done.
Yeah, my point was just exactly maybe where you were going. The majority of commissioners agreed to extend the commission and to continue doing the work. And the majority of commissioners believe that this report and the sort of intro of the report and also the recommendations should be submitted. And so that's what we have here. So we could disagree on a lot of things, but we can't disagree on that. We may disagree about the number of people, but it was a majority, right? And that ultimately is how the vote was. So, other questions?
Councilor Moulton, then Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and all the commissioners, past and those who are still on the commission, for the extensive, wide-ranging, difficult work that you've done. I guess my question is, since you believe that the recommendations do reflect the experiences of African Americans, can't 2 things be happening at the same time? If the City Council next month votes to formally extend the work of the Reparations Commission, can't some of the recommendations that have already been submitted, can't they be acted on?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I said at the beginning that reparations is not a one-time thing. Like, this is a process, y'all. Like, we can't just get away with it by just, here's a report and then be out. And y'all, I mean, this is like going to take time, and we spent years with documenting Black Lives in the Valley Project. We started that in 2018, 2019. I mean, finally, the research that had been done. It's 2025. We're going to have projections of African Americans in quotes, all throughout the city. This is a long process. So, yeah, absolutely. This report reflects this commission's ideas. Will future commissions, if they come into existence, have more ideas? Perhaps, so yeah, I guess that's a long way of saying that I do think that that's possible. But
Councilor Labarge.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being
your microphone.
Thank you. I'm used to the old ones. Thank you anyways for being here, both the commission and also the chair. I am very happy to hear Councilor Perry mention about 7 residents who apparently were on the committee, which I knew myself. And it's just the beginning. I belong to many clubs in the city, and things sometimes do not become perfect, and everything takes time. And I'm hearing what you're saying, Chair. I feel that the process of going on and going out and getting the amount of people that you want to connect with, I think it's very, very valuable here. So I am hoping between the commission and also the chair that we do extend this program. I think it's absolutely necessary. It's a long process, and there's no question about it, and it's not going to happen overnight. So thank you all for what you've been doing. I really appreciate it.
Councilor Elkins.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the question on the issue of extending the work. A very important part of this report and their recommendations is that the work goes on. This commission, this phase of the work is just the beginning and was never meant to be anything but the beginning. And to call it the beginning is also a little bit of a misnomer because it builds upon the work of the Northampton Reparations Committee that advocated for its inception in the first place, as well as other groups and other iterations of the work for decades now, which doesn't make the work complete, doesn't make it perfect, doesn't any of these things, but it is reflective of what we're trying to do. One of the things that I think that we have to be thoughtful about and that we're going to have to think about as a council is this is a special a joint mayoral council committee or commission that is by its own terms and charge finite. So transitioning as recommended in the report to some kind of standing committee or commission is going to require thought and planning. And, that's kind of my jam, like getting a little wonky and figuring out how we're going to put these things together is we have to think about like what is going to be the ongoing formation of this and how are those folks going to be selected and what are their terms going to be, how are we going to integrate their recommendations and ongoing work. So there's never been a point at which it's been conceived that this work was ending and that we wouldn't be continuing. There's actionable recommendations right now that we as a city should be proud of, and the commission should be proud of, the commissioners who worked and everybody who had input into it. This is all moving toward being the city we aspire to be, where considerations of race and equity shoot through every part of our policymaking and planning. And so I'm ready to work on actionable items now. I'm ready to support the ongoing work. And I'm glad that we've gotten to this point. So.
Thank you. So that's the end of our time for questions. Yeah, if you would like to briefly.
Yes, I'll be brief. Let's clarify. I hate, it's just for me, it bugs me when people make things seem what they're not. Yes, there are 7 people of color on the commission. Yes, 3 more interviews were done. 3 more interviews were done. But the data analysis that was done on 5 interviews. Let's be very clear, and on 24 surveys. Let's not mix apples and oranges. We continue to do that work even now, but that work is not a part of that analysis. And I find it very interesting that Councilwoman Marissa is saying now that she wants to move ahead with all of this when you resisted at every turn for us to do real subcommittees so that we could really get into the deeper work. So I just want to be clear, 7 people of color doesn't mean that the voice is equal. 2 white people ran that committee and that commission, and I really object to that. So I just wanted to just be clear about that. As a black person, I did not appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments.
I know I'm out of time. Just to emphasize that, actually, I object to that statement because 2 black people chaired the commission. So I don't know the idea of white people running this commission and discrediting the commission. I resent, and I think that hopefully you all realize that the reality of the situation, right? And that is myself, another black commissioner, were the chair of the commissions. We ran the commissions. We took input from everybody, and particularly Commissioner Morris's ideas and input were always respected and included in this report. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. We are out of time. We are out of time. Now, we will have an opportunity to speak to this on July 10th when we are considering. If I let you speak, I have to let every other counselor who's already spoken speak. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Recess. Recess, President Jarrett.
Okay, we will take a 10-minute recess and be back at 8 p.m.
I just wanted to say that everyone should read actually.
Welcome back to the Northampton City Council. Next on our agenda, and great thanks to members of the Reparations Commission for that presentation and discussion. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. I'm going to read the consent agenda and ask if there are any removals for discussion. The minutes of May 21st, 2025. 25.272, in order to accept $10,000 D.A. Sullivan gift and use $12,045 in gifted funds for Bridge Art Project. 25.273, in order to increase the fiscal year 2026 budget by a $12,549 free cash appropriation to contributory retirement. 25.275, in order to accept Mass General Law Clause 22I and 22J to allow annual increase in veterans exemption. 25.276, in order authorizing a 5-year contract for new phone platform. 25.281, appointments to various committees for referral to city services. To the Board of Assessors, Denny Nolan and Mary Penny. Reappointments. These are all reappointments. To the Disability Commission, Emma Cornwell and Amy Lawton. Oh, no, actually, that one is to fill a vacancy. Amy Lawton is to fill a vacancy. All others are, well, maybe the next one is not a reappointment either. To the Historical Commission, Martha Lyon, to fill the position of the WMAIA nominee. To the Housing Partnership, Richard Abuza and Guinevra Nabad. To the Parks and Recreation Commission, Thomas Dunphy. To the Planning Board, Stacy Dakey. To the Transportation and Parking Commission, Devin Bruce. Those are the items on the consent agenda. I'm going to ask for the removal of 25.273 in order to increase the fiscal year 2026 budget for contributory retirement. Are there any other removals? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus that item.
Make a motion. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Clemmer. There's no discussion on the consent agenda, so roll call, please, as there are financial orders on the consent agenda.
Councilor Dobbs.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Okay, those items pass unanimously. Then we brings us to 25.273 in order to increase the fiscal year 2026 budget by a $12,549 free cash appropriation to contributory retirement. This is in second reading. It was referred to the consent agenda at our July 5th meeting. I wanted to speak to it, and Attorney Seawald approached me earlier this week to discuss when and if any budget amendments introduced as orders from the mayor would go into effect. And he shared his opinion, which I asked for a written opinion from him, and Laura has forwarded that to the council. So his opinion is that if the council passes this order and or the other one increasing the school budget, it will become part of the mayor's budget and will go into effect if the budget is passed tonight, or if the budget isn't passed tonight on July 1st. So this wasn't how we operated last year. We didn't have this opinion. Last year we had to have a special meeting to approve the amendments in July, but with this opinion, which clarifies that the charter supersedes state law as it is a special act charter, we don't have to have a special meeting if the budget doesn't pass tonight. Would entertain a motion to approve this item.
Move to approve 25.273.
Motion made by Councilor Moulton and seconded by Councilor Labarge. Discussion? Okay, roll call please on approval.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Yes.
And Councilor Dobbs.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. That brings us to financial orders on first reading, and with the council's permission, I would propose the following order for tonight. First, to take up the one item that relates to the budget on first reading, which is 25.289, in order to amend the fiscal year 2026 general fund budget to increase Northampton Public Schools by $116,711. That order, doing that first will mean that then when we discuss the budget, that is part of that budget. And then we'll go to the budget items, and then back up to all the other financial orders on first reading, and then the CPA orders. Seeing no objection, we will move to 25.289, in order to amend the fiscal year 2026 general fund budget to increase Northampton Public Schools by $116,711. And this is brought by the mayor. Would you like to speak to it?
Sure. Good evening, councilors. So the state Senate budget is the last of the 3 state budgets to be voted on. So it was released after the city budget was due on May 16th, and even actually after it was presented on May 21st. So the Senate budget has $116,711 more than the House budget does, which is what was built into our budget, the House budget, in unrestricted government funds. But it also has $49,000 more in charter sending tuition that that assessment increases and we have to cover it. So as I've said, we are working to wring out every possible sustainable dollar that we can for the Northampton Public Schools budget. So I'm bringing forward this amendment to ask the council to amend the budget and commit the full additional $116,711 to the public schools. That doesn't mean that we have $49,000 lying around, the city budget unused. What it means is that we're going to take on $49,000 more in risk with our budget estimates. We're prepared to take that risk. It doesn't, if it doesn't pan out over the course of the fiscal year, then we'll face up to it and we'll make whatever changes have to be made to have a legally balanced budget. I also, if you'll allow me, and this was referenced earlier, in addition to this, there are some additional funds already in the Northampton Public Schools budget that have been freed up to be reallocated that I want to make sure the council is aware of and understands. So I was informed at the last that the last Budget and Property Subcommittee, School Committee Subcommittee meeting, a proposal was discussed to have the full school committee recommend that the mayor and the city council provide one-time money for several items, all but one of which were recurring and not actually one-time expenses. So in the interest of finding actual one-time expenses, I asked our Chief Information Officer, Luigi Ottaviani, to provide, who provides services for the city but also for the schools, so IT covers both, about any one-time possibilities that he could come up with in IT for the Northampton Public Schools. I asked him this during my regular meeting with him, which was last Wednesday. We were having a discussion about the budget. And I knew that the next day at school committee there was a discussion on the agenda for this request for one-time funds. So he said that he thought that there might be some possible savings in the Northampton Public Schools IT budget, and offered to take a close look at it. But the next morning he said that he did have some ideas, and we went over them, and then we shared that information and confirmed it with Dr. Bonner and with the business administrator Bobby Jones. So CIO Ottaviani was able to identify $101,000 in savings from within 11 lines in the Northampton Public Schools budget. These are not additional funds. And again, this isn't the city ITS budget that was reviewed, or as someone said tonight, was audited. This is actually the school budget that was, if you want to use that term, that section of it was audited. So, as we've detailed before, the finance director and I, with department heads under that I directly supervise, when we create the budget, we thoroughly go through every line item and we scour them and look for potential savings. I don't create the Northampton Public Schools budget. I'm one member of the school committee, and the superintendent and the business administrator don't directly report to me, but to the committee, but they create the budget. And I also don't sit on any of the subcommittees like Budget and Property. So just to detail a little bit more, the items that CIO Ottaviani found, they include a service that the district had canceled but hadn't been removed from their budget. There are also 2 lines that you all just approved, which are a reduction in cost because of the new phone contract that CIO Ottaviani had secured for the city and for the schools, which is going to have a savings that the school, the district couldn't have known about, as you guys have just approved that. So we can take those costs out, or we can reduce those costs. There's also a shifting of some of the smaller equipment costs to the ITS capital budget. So the city ITS budget is going to take some of the responsibility for some of the capital costs that are in the MPS budget to just relieve some of that pressure. And it's also the postponing of some costs and a consolidation of an internet connection that is a redundant internet connection that the schools have that can be combined with the city connection for savings. So again, that frees up $101,000 in the school budget. And I learned of this the same day as the last school committee and promptly informed the school committee that evening. So altogether, the amendment that you have before you and these freed ITS funds, the total is $270,711. And at the school committee meeting, the committee authorized the superintendent that night to use the funds to immediately work to hire 2 additional high school teachers to address an issue that I think maybe you've all heard about, which was a scheduling issue with classes for mostly seniors, but some juniors as well, I think. And to also reinstate the elementary school garden program. So that's what the school committee voted that night, was to authorize those that movement that next day. So one of those 2 components is this amendment that I've put before you from the Senate budget.
Thank you. Councilor Elkins.
A question that I had, or something about sort of this, how this was found, the IT. Do you think there are any other? Because, sorry, I'm going to finish one sentence and then start the next. I know. Sometimes I get ahead of myself. What this made me wonder is there are some departments or where there's sort of shared resources between the school and the city side. I feel like a lot of those might come out on the capital side, where central services kind of overseeing things, and I feel like that process, goes through the capital planning process. Do you think this? I wonder if this sort of exposed any areas or ways that we might look at more closely, something like IT, or are there any other departments that you can think of that might benefit from sort of integrating that kind of line item, the same kind of sort of budget meetings that you have on a rolling basis throughout the year with the city side departments? You're not free by yourself necessarily to have those conversations by yourself. I guess what I'm saying is, are there any, should we be thinking about integrating earlier into the internal budgeting discussions in the school department, things like IT or any other departments that we can think of, kind of earlier in the process?
So, I mean, I think we should be looking very carefully at all sections of the school budget as we do at the city budget. So IT is special in that it covers both sides. And it's different than sort of the indirects that some services are used. Like IT oversees the IT for the schools as well as for all city departments. So it's a little bit different. And I'm not sure I can think of another example of a department that is similar in that way.
Other questions? Councilor Lavarge.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, I'm a little confused about the direction of this. You and the IT director of the schools, you apparently talked with him, you had a meeting with him?
It's the city IT director.
The what?
The city's IT. So Luigi Ottaviani, who's the CIO for the city and schools.
How come that line item that you're talking about at that 116 total that we have here, let me finish.
Okay.
Okay. Which you're stressing that you and him worked tirelessly. And within the next day, he notified you, right, that yes, that there was somebody there. Well, what happened with that money? That's what I'd like to know.
So, well, I was going to ask the council president. So I just want to, I have opened this door and now it's wide open. This is not actually the agenda item that's before you. So, again, I take responsibility. I just wanted to, since this had happened at the school committee and these two pieces were combined and then acted on at the school committee, I wanted to make sure that the city council knew about it. But I'm cautious about spending too much time on an agenda item that's not on the agenda for open meeting law reasons. This is $101,000 is what for IT that the director, who I meet with regularly because I oversee the director, he had offered to see if there was a possibility, you know, if we'd been having a conversation about this request for one-time funds, and he said, do you want me to take a look? I think there may be some things in that budget that can be moved or don't need to be there. And I said, please. And he was able to identify $101,000. That's separate from the 116,711, I think. That's on the agenda right now for your vote. And that is coming from an increase in the state Senate budget that we're gambling on is going to be what gets voted on by the governor, and hoping and are going to build in.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate your concern, but we are voting on an increase to the school budget, and so I felt that issues relating to the school budget were related.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes, I agree they are related, and it should be clear that two things. One, that these are monies that are already in the budget and they're being reallocated. And two, the term audit was used. This did not result from any outside audit. This resulted from the IT director's own initiative in seeking to find some savings.
Correct.
Okay. So on the Senate piece, the $116,711. This is a number that has resulted from the actual state Senate, what is in the state Senate budget.
The cherry sheet for the state Senate, yeah.
Found money.
No, I mean, this is what the Senate has put forward, and we're hoping is what will be the, you know, it's in conference committee now. We're hoping this is what.
Conference committee, where we don't know yet what the final result will be. But you're committing this amount no matter what the final result is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Comments? I'd entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Rolling.
I got that right? We hadn't done that already.
No.
No, okay. Motion made by Councilor Moulton, and was it Councilor Clemmer? Okay, Councilor Clemmer.
She gets it.
Okay.
Ayes have it, yeah.
Further discussion?
Further discussion?
Mayor.
I'm so sorry. I should have mentioned this. If it's possible, if the council is willing to do 2 readings, that would help.
Right, this is in first reading. That's what I did wrong.
Oh.
All right. So
we can't vote on
Move to
this until we
suspend the
rule.
I will
Move to
suspend the rules.
second.
Okay. I knew something was up. So motion made by Councilor Moulton and seconded by Councilor Maori to suspend rules so that we may vote tonight. Okay. Any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Now we go back to the other motion, which now we can do, to approve. And is there any further discussion on that?
I just wanted to say I'm really glad that happened. I think we all feel that way.
Yes. Thank you. Councilor Labarge, your microphone.
Agree with Councilor Rachel Meor. I'm glad you found it.
Okay, roll call, please, on approval.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Keeping this on.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Counselor Dobbs.
Yes.
And Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, so now we're going to move down to the budget items.
Yeah.
Second reading. And Councilor Maori is going to take over. I'm going to read my conflict of interest, and then we'll try to accommodate that. So I have a conflict of interest as a member of the Pedal People Cooperative, which has a pre-existing contract from before I was elected with the Central Services Parking Maintenance. Council Vice President Maori will now preside and has agreed to accommodate this conflict by dividing the motion. I'll return at that point to participate in a discussion about everything else in the general fund. I also have a financial interest greater than the average resident in the decisions that are made regarding the Locust Street Transfer Center, which is part of the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, so I'll be recusing myself for that item as well. Vice President Maori.
Okay. See you later.
So I would entertain a motion to put the adoption of the FY 2026 general fund budget on the floor for discussion. This is not a motion to approve the order yet.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so, and no vote is needed just to put it on the floor.
Right.
Yeah, okay. So now we need a motion to divide the question to separately consider the central service parking maintenance budget, which contains the Pedal People contract.
So moved. Second.
Okay, so we do need to vote on this. But it can be a voice vote, because we're only dividing. Okay, so all those in favor of dividing the question, say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions or noes? Okay, the ayes have it. So now I believe our fearless leader can return.
I prefer the term fearful leader.
You lead nonetheless.
Right.
We'll take it.
Okay, thank you for accommodating my conflict of interest. Councilor Maori and I talked about the direction where we would propose that we first do clarifying questions about the budget, and then do a round of where we're at with the budget, and then could see if we're in a position to vote on it. So I would ask first if there are clarifying questions of the mayor or her staff or other councilors. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I just want to know with this new additions, how far we are from level services for the schools. Was it 405,000?
We'll find that out.
Yeah, you can take your time. Someone else can ask a question while she looks if you want to. Fine with that.
Any other
Yeah, I can move
clarifying
on.
questions while we're waiting? Moment of silence.
I like it. Bring out the cookies.
Choose to think this moment of silence is because the hated Florida Panthers won the Stanley Cup.
Okay. Wow.
That's my head. Second time.
You are out of order.
Someone loves the Panthers.
We could cut the tension with a knife.
Bring out the cookies. If you want to, if people just want to move on to, and we could come back when it's, that's fine with me as the
Yeah.
questioner.
Absolutely. Great. Well, then let's make our statements about the budget. How are we feeling about the budget? Although we are talking about the divided motions of the budget, just to be clear, everything but the central services
Right.
parking maintenance.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Yeah, my apologies. $163,170.
That's the.
163,170, correct, is the difference between the two.
And with, oh, sorry.
Now, am I doing this right? Oh, excuse me, that's the base.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute,
I thought it was more, but maybe I didn't do it right.
Does that include the special education money if that's requested?
I'm sorry, plus 375.
375, what?
I want to add, hold on.
Okay,
There's
sorry.
2 lines, I didn't add the other line. My
It's okay, I put
apologies.
you on the spot.
Well, why don't we come back and not put you under pressure and take your time to find the right number. And counselors, who would like to speak?
Well, I'd like to speak, I'd like them to speak louder on their microphones. I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, yes, Counselor Labarge requests that folks speak up.
Okay.
Looking for hands. Director Nardi.
539,011.
Okay. I was wrong, too. That's not the number I came. 539.
011. My apologies.
That's okay.
So, sorry, that number seems, that number plus 200 and something was the original gap?
The original gap would have been that plus 116,000.
Okay, but now with the 101,000,
Doesn't change anything, because that was in the budget.
right, okay, even though it allows for more resources.
Just allows them for reuse
They're just, yeah, they're reallocating them to some other use.
Got it, thank you.
Thank you for that.
So the gaps, just to clarify, the gap, the amount it's below, we are below level services is 539
$1,000.
and zero, okay. Okay, thank you.
Because we added 116,711.
Okay.
Counselor Rothenberg.
And are we then $2.6 million under the strong budget?
One moment, please.
Can I make it? So the amount, Councilor Maori, that Director Nardi just gave you, that's the dollar amount, but in terms of services, we're closer in services because those IT funds are being reallocated for teachers in the garden. So, yeah.
then closer to 423 or something. Was your original number was 405?
Yeah, I think I'm.
So somewhere around $400,000 short of level services still.
Okay. When you're ready for that number, we'll come back to you. Counselors, thoughts on the budget? I usually try.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I actually have a clarifying, now I have a clarifying question.
Go ahead.
So what does this mean for cuts to services or to the schools? Like, with this, do we know yet? I don't know, but where the negotiations landed. Do we know what the cuts will look like since we're not hitting level services?
So the school committee hasn't voted on a final sort of cost centers.
Yeah.
But they did vote to reinstate 2 teachers in the gardens.
Yeah.
And the contract hasn't been incorporated. And I don't think it's anticipated to be voted on or ratified by the school committee till maybe August. But it's being worked on and consolidated. But I think that's what the chair of the negotiating committee said the other day, because there's no meeting in July. So the school committee will meet next week to vote on final amounts so that the superintendent and the administrators can implement the budget. But I don't have more information than that for you.
Yeah, I know this is just unusual because it's a negotiating year, but it's tough to vote on a budget when you don't know the complete impact of it. Anyway, I'm done with my questions.
Thank you. Okay. The round of our thoughts on the budget. Or if we are ready to vote, we could move to that.
Point of information, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
When it gets time to the vote, at that point, we're just voting, we won't be explaining our vote. Is that right? So this is the part where we are explaining our vote. Okay, thank you. Well, in that case, I guess I would like to speak a little.
Yes, Councilor Dobbs.
Thank you. I just first want to say that I appreciate all the work that everyone has done, the mayor, the financial director, and I appreciate the opinions of all the councilors. And my vote tonight is not meant to be divisive. It's just a statement of how I feel about the budget, basically, and how I feel like we're serving our community. I just want to focus mainly on 2 departments. That would be the schools and the DPW. I was just really concerned by Director Lascalia's presentation about the fact that we have so many vacancies in the DPW department. One specific thing that she said was that vacancies put pressure on staff and strain operations. I think that our city is in dire need of fixing our infrastructure, such as our roads and our sidewalks, which are in very, very much disrepair at the moment and have been that way for a long time. And residents have been living here for many years and have not seen enough change, and we need to see more change. I voted to approve the CIP because I appreciated the $1 million that we were giving towards sidewalks. However, I don't think with the staffing that we have that $1 million is going to make enough difference, because we don't have the right resources, enough resources to do the amount of work that we need to do on our sidewalks. And Main Street is just a great example because of the recent discovery that some part of the sidewalk is collapsing on Main Street, and it's extremely dangerous for residents. And I can't support a DPW budget that continues to understaff maybe our most important department other than the schools. So in terms of the schools, I understand the need for financial, fiscal stability and to be smart, but I don't think that it's sustainable to continue to understaff and underfund our schools, because we're just going to keep playing catch up, and we're never going to get to where we need to get if we don't put our best foot forward and do whatever we can to increase to increase the school budget. And I wish that we had been able to opt in so we could have that discussion. Other councilors weren't open to that. I wanted to have the discussion, but we didn't. And we know that IEPs for disabled students are not being met. I speak from experience as someone who went to schools as a disabled student, and I know how harmful it is to be excluded in your schools. Disabled students should not be treated like a burden on our budget. We have, and in addition to that, we have laws that protect our students with disabilities. I just want to bring up a recent Supreme Court decision from just a few days ago. The Supreme Court made an unanimous decision to make it easier for students with disabilities to sue to enforce their rights under the Americans with Disabilities Act and other laws enacted to ensure that disabled children get appropriate schooling. This means that it's going to be easier for students and their parents to sue our schools if their needs are not being met. I believe in true inclusion, and real inclusion includes all disabled people of all disabilities. And we can't continue to further exclude and other our disabled students. This will have an effect on the rest of their lives. And for that reason, I can't support this budget. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Dubs.
Councilor
Well, if we would like to do a round of everyone, and then hear from others, hear responses or clarifying questions. Councilor Rothenberg.
Thank you for those powerful statements. They echo a lot of how Ward 3 feels. It has been tragic over the past year and a half to see the state of the education opportunities, especially for the kids with disabilities. I'm of the opinion that it's also harming kids at all levels of our education, right? The general education doesn't get talked about a lot, the large class sizes. We saw recently a little spike in talking about the AP classes and what kinds of things make it harder for a child to compete to get into college. But yes, fundamentally, those violations of disability rights are just astonishing. And for a city that I understand has some kind of open federal investigation into that, that's really troubling that we continue to underfund our schools. The DPW issue, I don't know how much we can speak on that, because if the wage negotiations are still ongoing, then it wouldn't be appropriate for us. But from what is coming through the grapevine, it doesn't sound like it's going to be enough to really turn this trend around. It sounds like it's a good step forward in wages, but not where we need to be competitive. So I'm hoping that some of those vacancies will get filled, but I'm not optimistic that the retention, even if they are filled, is going to be where we want it to be. In general, I think that at this point, after a year and a half of sustained debate about this, I don't think very much more needs to be said on behalf of Ward 3 to explain why we'll have to be a no on this budget.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Labarge.
And I want to thank you, Councilor Rosenberg. At our last city council meeting, you did come out with an answer to the effect that after a careful review, you stated, I am largely content with the 90% and believe you have closed most of the 1.7 million gap I referenced, which you did reference at the last city council meeting. And this is exactly true here. So I appreciate you coming out with that fact. And I also want to state that I think every one of us counselors have been listening to what people were saying in our city. It is very difficult to even have children who are handicapped, who we have youth in our schools that also who have handicaps. I have a handicap, you have a handicap, maybe other counselors have handicaps, or some of the residents here tonight. I think that the mayor, our finance director, really have done a great job. I know I can call my finance director, I called her today 4 times, and get replies back to help me to understand all about these budgets that are in front of us. And that means a lot to me, to understand exactly where this money's coming from, like I questioned you, Mayor, about that with the IT. That's important, and it's important to the public of total communication here. Yes, we have heard we're in a crisis, and we are in a crisis, and we still are, but we brought up, and I have to thank our city councilors and the school committee, everybody trying to work together to fund our schools. And I have to say, we have really done our best. And who knows, maybe more money will come available. I have to agree with the union of the schools, with Angela, when she told me, as the city councilor in Ward 6 for Ryan Road School, how they actually called Smith College to make an appointment with the president of being able to talk about the lack of money in our educational system. Never got calls back. Several calls, never got calls back. And that's heartbreaking, because I have 3 nieces that are graduated from Smith College, and knowing how much money they're making, I'm just hoping that, and I appreciate the $600,000 that we got from them, all of us appreciate that, but we could actually use more help for our school departments. There's no question about it. I think we've done our share. A lot of meetings, we've had finance meetings and talking about this budget, and I think we found money, and our mayor and her group worked tirelessly, and the school department too. So I have to say, I have to agree with this budget.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Elkins.
Yes, I will be voting in support of this budget, all portions of it before us. I do want to say that I appreciate your remarks, Councilor Dubs. I would like for us to have more DPW positions. However, part of the issue is that it's not that we don't have the positions in the budget, it's that we have trouble filling them. I also share Councilor Rothenberg's concerns that we will come out of union negotiations still with the kind of with the wages that we need to offer in order to keep and to attract and keep the workers that we will need. That's always the tension of these kinds of negotiations and the balancing that we have to do. And that's true across every department, all of which are, I think, engaged in ongoing contract negotiations. Regarding the schools, it is and always remains the case. We would like, I would like to be able to see us to be able to do more. I am, and I would also say, I especially feel this way after reviewing Mr. Barnett's suggestions and then Director Nardi's responses to those, that we really are stretching as far as we sustainably can, and and it was useful to be able to, by point of contrast, really probe the different ways that could be pushed. One of the things that I was most struck by some of the suggestions about how we push, and I will never disagree with this, is that if we could go to the voters and pass these overrides and raise our taxes at the rate that that folks can in other jurisdictions, and we weren't constrained by Prop 2.5, that we'd be in a much different position, and that is going to continue to be the case. And when we think about the reality of frequent overrides or bigger overrides, that it really is the case. Every single time we bank on that, we're taking a gamble, and we're taking a gamble we're taking a political gamble, we're taking a democratic gamble, and these are real consequences and real outcomes for people who are, as Nathan Chung said today, coming to the city with all kinds of different needs and so forth. So I would say again, I'd vote for, I'm privileged enough and do well enough that I could vote yes on every single override that came before us, and we asked the voters to do, and I'd be willing to do the work to persuade my fellow residents to do that. But the political reality of that, the democratic reality of that, is much different than just putting it down on paper and banking on it and assuming it's going to happen. I want to speak a little, just briefly, to the schools. I forget who made the comment. It is the fact that that we hear from lots of constituents and people and students and folks about what the schools need and what they would, in specifics. We need these teachers, we need this garden program, none of which I could ever be in a position to disagree with. I have my own experiences as an NPS caregiver about things that I would like to see and things that would be different. What, for my money, and since I don't come to public comment at school committee and say is, I really hope, I want to see the school committee really grapple with our physical footprint of our schools. We have 6 buildings. I recently saw statistics that say that we are an outlier in the number of our physical buildings relative to our student population. And for my money, I think that we struggle mightily to have equal resources across the elementary schools, and we struggle to have, and we have a culture shock when our kids come from these different elementary school experiences and come together at the middle school, and that's something that I really would hope to see the school committee grapple with down the line. And I don't think we'll, and I hope you'll indulge me in this because I haven't spoken at length and we hear a lot in specifics about these things. I'm of the opinion that we're never going to save money by revisiting the number of schools that we have and the number of our physical buildings, but that we will better be able to allocate our resources across the schools that we have. And I think that we are starving our middle school and our high school of resources because we are stretched so thin across elementary school. I'm nobody. Just a constituent of my school committee and an NPS parent. I might have a slightly more informed opinion about this because of my involvement with the Northampton School Strategic Plan and some insight about that. But my point is that I don't get the opportunity to share this part of what it is to be in this seat and to have all this information coming at us, and also that it's not, the answers aren't just more money to, it's going to continue to be more expensive to be doing the same things in the same building. And I would like to see our school committee and our school administration visit how we're spending the money. And I respectfully suggest that because we keep having this discussion, those discussions are not happening with the pace and sense of urgency that they really ought to have. So that is what I would say. I also just want to say I'm very glad to see the added ambulance emergency response staff. We have been, as long as I've been a counselor, we come that part of the presentations of the budget and the need and the rising need has left me a little bit of anxiety every time I hear about the needs and how we haven't, we've struggled to begin to meet that. So I'm very, very glad that we're adding additional staff. So as no budget will ever be perfect and everything that we want it to be, I truly appreciate the work of all departments, department heads, the mayor, Director Nardi, and the citizens who've been engaging in this process as we think through it. But in the world of not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, I certainly am happy to support this.
Yes, thank you. I just want to underscore one of the things that Councilor Elkins said, that I also believe that it's not just how much money is being spent, and this is across the board, but it's how smartly it's being spent, and how we're making sure that we are using it to serve all the needs. I mean, this is a huge balancing act for the mayor and her staff, and for us as a council, because we're responsible for a $145 million budget that serves the needs of a community of some 28,000 people. And I want to make the point that other councilors have made previously, and that is that while certainly schools, public schools, are a critical part of serving the children in Northampton, it's not the only way that they're being served through this budget. There are many programs, Health and Human Services. One of the ones that I mentioned during the budget hearing was the Vaccine for Children program, recreation programs, arts programs, library programs. So there's a whole network of services that benefit children in that $145 million budget. I, too, am one of the very positive things about this budget is the addition of the 8 firefighters, the 326,000 that we're committing to that. The city has applied for a grant that would cover the first 3 years of that, but there's no guarantee that all the firefighters, all those new positions would be covered. And we're saying that we need at this point to make that increase in shifts from 13 to 15 personnel, because they have not been increased in 12 years. At the same time, we don't have that same kind of commitment to increase the Division of Community Care staffing. We are, I believe that grant is still in play, but we haven't committed city money in case that grant is not approved. And that's unfortunate to sort of stall the reach of DCC. I think that it's gotten off to a good start. We need it to be operating across more hours so that it truly becomes ideally a 24/7 operation of alternative response to a lot of critical calls that don't require an armed police response. Regarding the schools, DPW. Yeah, I agree with all the comments that have been made about the DPW. It's 2 years now that we've we've heard from Director Lascalia about the impact of the being unable to fill those positions that remain in the budget. And we hear about it every day from our constituents who are upset about the quality of the sidewalks and the roads. I'm perhaps more hopeful that the current contract negotiations will lead to a better environment for potential employees in DPW, and that some of those positions will be filled. But that continues to be a concern for me. Regarding the schools, yes, I would like to, I would like to do as much as is needed to maintain services for all students. And the budget, from my perspective, is built around Northampton Public Schools, and that's, again, due to the mayor's commitment. I have voted now for, this will be the 4th year that I've voted for substantial increases in the NPS, in the local appropriation for NPS, $10.5 million investment in the public schools over those 4 years. And I too, as Council President Jarrett mentioned at the last meeting, spent close to 5 hours in all the schools in April with the superintendent and many of you. And I experienced a lot of vibrancy, a lot of enthusiastic students about what they're experiencing there. And there were certainly still the concerns about staffing that I heard about. We heard the superintendent at the end of her presentation at the May 27th hearing sort of highlight some of the wonderful things that are happening in each of the schools. And I am open to the suggestion that Council President made at the last meeting about looking earlier in the year, once free cash has been certified, about a supplemental appropriation. And I feel that the City Council was very responsible in March in responding to the needs that were identified by Superintendent Bonner for the $294,883 appropriation. So I will be supporting this budget. As Councilor Elkins says, it's not a perfect budget, but within the environment of assuring that I'm leaving a budget process that is sustainable behind when I leave the council at the end of this year. I feel that I have been responsible in balancing the needs for the city. I commend the mayor for her vision and her commitment in that $10.5 million investment in the schools over her first term, while she's incorporated the DCC into Health and Human Services, and created CAPA, Climate Action and Project Administration, which is doing wonderful things with 3 staff members and a $270,000 budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Perry.
Okay. So I think, first of all, I just want to say this is really important work. I often talk about work and time, and I do want to thank the counselors here for last meeting agreeing to give not only myself but us all time to do this important work. And no matter how many times I've done this, or I'm sure you guys have, I don't think it gets easier, and I don't think it should get easier, but these are responsibilities that we've been entrusted with. I've listened to countless public comments, I read emails, I've talked with community members out in the real world, And, you know, all of that helps me to kind of move forward in these decisions. I also, like most people have said, I want to thank the department heads for their meetings, for making tough decisions, but I also want to thank the workers. You know, everyone here in the city, they're people trying hard all year long to give back and build this community that we're in, so I just want to acknowledge that. You know, I am definitely pro trying to fund every department so they could be fully staffed. But honestly, you know, we're working on that to make it a reality, but it does not seem financially possible. I don't see magic mountains or anything. Until that day comes, I'm about striving to utilize as much as we sustainably can to help our community. And I feel like we're working, and this is getting us there. You know, as Councilor Moulton said, and others people have said, you know, you can't just deal with kids in the schools. There are other programs here. There's entertainment, the streets. There's, you know, we have to look holistically. And again, those are the things that I think about. Bless you. And so, with open eyes, I approach this budget, knowing that we can continue to prove if we work together. You know, a lot of what I talk about is generating revenue, reopening our city, working towards building, and you know, I do believe we can come together and make a difference. I don't mean to be all aspirational, but I've honestly been really inspired and hopeful after meeting with some of our business owners since I've come back working in Northampton, which I've worked downtown for over 20 plus years, and I'm seeing the work that's being done to strengthen our economy, to bring us together to, as I mentioned almost every time, of all the events and ways to generate revenue. And that, for me, is why I continue to show up and do the work, is because you know, we can't solve every problem in one meeting or one budget. It is a continuous thing, much like our discussions on reparations. And I'm personally excited to continue using my skill set, not only to contribute to like revenue, but also to, you know, put my mouth where the money is and keep, you know, when I talk about work, keeping us, you know, remembering that we are all here together. And I will, you know, continue to, whatever, you know, do fundraisers and stuff, but this budget reminds me that if we really take a good look and see how we can improve, we're never going to have a perfect budget, but if we have to start going towards the goals that we need. And so while I think there can be more, there's places that I wish we could give more money to, or ways to make everyone happy. I am willing to say that this is the step. And if we continue on this process and there's more money that needs to be appropriated and voted upon, I will continue to dedicate myself to voting for that. I have never said no to more money. I will never say that. If you want to give more money to any department, I will continue to do that. And so, you know, to wrap it up, I will be supporting this budget with the knowledge that we can still do better.
Thank you, Councilor. Would you like to go?
Sure.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what my fellow councilors have said, and I want to thank the mayor and Director Nardi for putting together this budget. I know it takes many, many months, and it's been reworked, and I know you've squeezed out every penny that you can for the different departments. So for the different departments, DPW, I'm also hopeful that they will be able to increase staffing, and I know there's a shortage of a lot of those workers that do the jobs out there, so it's just hard to find people that want to do the job and then stay around and grow in the department. And so I'm hoping with the new funding and people will, the department will grow. And then the fire department, I think it's wonderful that we're getting a whole new shift on board and being able to staff another truck and ambulance, and it's much needed in town. I mean, every time I'm outside, I see the ambulances whizzing by and coming out of their station, so they're pretty much nonstop. And I mean, the schools can always use more money, and like Councilor Perry said, I'll never say no to reasonable increase in funds, but we have to think, or I think of the whole city and all my constituents, and we can't just give money and that isn't there, and promise, the promise of overrides that aren't going to pass, and much larger and more frequent overrides. There's a few people that are fortunate and it won't affect them, but a majority of people in town, it's tight and money's getting tighter, and we don't know what this administration is going to do. And one thing that hasn't been mentioned is if we lose some federal money, we're going to need to find over $1 million there. So, and Director Nardi is pushing the numbers this year, so we don't have as many safety nets as we did in the past because of that. I trust she's doing it thoughtfully, and I'm glad we're doing it because it did free up some more money for the schools. And I'm hoping this year that with the schools we can look at the big picture, look at where the money's going and other ways besides what's happening, different programs that the teachers can implement, trainings, and maybe consolidation if, that's not an immediate thing, but just let's look down the road and talk to each other and be civil to each other and just realize we're all doing the best we can here, and we're just, we're not just don't want to give the schools money. A lot of the councilors here and the mayor, you all have kids in public schools. Of course you want to fund them as best you can. But, I just hope that this year it's, we could all be civil, we could talk to each other, we could work together, and just, keep the city great, and just hearing Councilor Perry brought up the community resource meeting and with Andrea Munson, and it's just so exciting to hear what she's doing. She really has a vision for the city. She has plans for every month, and October, every day there's going to be some event, and she's really she's at the helm now, and she's moving things along, and it's going to be a lot of help for the businesses downtown, for Picture Main Street, which I'm really excited starting next year. So, it's just a great place to live. I lived a lot of other places, and, this is my home. I'm not going anywhere, and I just want to keep doing everything I can to make this city great, and go back to where we were people got along and people thought the best of each other instead of, thinking that we're all, up to something and hiding things, we're all just working to make this city a really awesome place to live and for everybody. So, and I will be voting positively for this budget. I think it's really great that we did come up with more than 4% for the schools without doing pushing the override to this year. It's still going to be next year. It's still going to be the amount that we expected it to be unless something changes drastically, and then it'll be at regular increments, not these huge overrides more frequently that won't pass. So I appreciate all the work that's been put into it, and I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you, Councilor.
Yeah, I guess I'll go. First, thanks to my fellow councilors and to the department heads, the mayor, Director Nardi, who's been very responsive with questions. This is a lot of work spanning over a lot of meetings. So I want to share just some thoughts I had written down over several meetings, and then I'll talk about this vote, thoughts about the budget related. So, just to kind of get back to this, when we talk about percentage increases in school funding, we're not really talking about whether or not we're meeting student needs. If our young people are struggling to recover from pandemic learning loss, do we know if we're sufficiently doing our job? I can't answer that. I'd like to know that. And what we're hearing is anecdotal reports that we aren't. So to the mayor, the superintendent, fellow counselors, I would ask, like, how confident are you that our current decisions, our financial priorities, are truly going to pull students out of this crisis? When families ask, will our kids be okay? You know, whether you think that's a legitimate question or not, like, the answer can't be fiscal stability plan. We have to change the culture and address the fears, whether we think they're unfounded or founded, that our community members have consistently brought to us for, 2 years now. So if we, I feel like if we dwell in that reality that I've just kind of narrated, we have to pivot. I wish, we had more time, spent more time, discussing what pivoting could really look like, rather than what I feel like, in a way, doesn't take in the full extent of the problem. So, like last meeting's conversation about the kind of this indiscriminate across department 5% cuts, that struck me as fear-mongering. It kind of assumed no creativity, no strategic thinking, but as Tyler Barnett and Brian Wilby's alternative budget, the one thing I can say about that, what they have shown, is that there is more than one way. We are choosing to stay on a path that keeps our schools in perpetual crisis. We hear constantly about the risk of deviating from our financial plan, but why aren't we talking more about the damage happening right now to our students and our school community? I would like to understand that. Where's the urgency to make strategic investments that will retain and attract students? Why aren't we talking about that? The schools aren't just this money pit, bottomless money pit. They're an investment. So if there isn't additional funding, then I think I would need to see. I thought about, like, how could I vote for this budget? Like, what would that look like to me? And if there isn't additional funding, then I would at least have to see no more cuts, and I would have to see an urgent, proactive plan to pivot. A below-level services school budget without a short-term action plan guarantees a crisis in perpetuity and normalizes the idea that our schools are okay with less, and that is unacceptable. What I would support is a results-driven, time-sensitive plan led by the mayor's office and the school department to assess student needs in a systematic way that prioritizes students and staff. I would like to see an immediate use of one-time funds to cover basic needs like school supplies. Staff shouldn't be paying those out of pocket. That's a no-brainer. And the use of reserves for key special education staffing rather than scrambling for a mid-year fix. We already know that need is going to grow. That's what gets to me, is that this is predictable, and I would like to change this culture that we're in. It's so wearing on all of us, and I want to, as leaders, I feel like that is our job. It's a tough one, but it falls ultimately on us. So I guess I would say, the school committee recommends a strong budget. The superintendent says, with our current level service budget, we are already down to the bone. And yet the proposed budget, and this is why I was really wanting to hear very specifically about where we're at, is that despite these last-minute additions, there's still no guarantee of no further cuts. We have the risk of going below, down to the bone, as the superintendent has called where we are. So I know that we didn't create all the forces that got us here. The mayor didn't, we didn't, our community didn't. But it is our responsibility as city leaders to lead us out of it. If we don't meet general education needs now, special education obligations, which we are already struggling to meet, will only grow. This is predictable. This is our chance. Every year, it's our chance to break the cycle as much as we can. And it will take, courage and calculated risk and a shift in mindset. But when essential services like our schools are in crisis, leadership requires a pivot. We just need to change, as leaders, it is actually on us to change the conversation. Schools aren't just, as I say, just a bottomless money pit. They are one of the smartest investments a city can make. Education fuels and is an indicator of economic development, public health, safety, equity, and civic life. Schools are the incubators of our dreams for the future. And this is how we should speak of them. And this is how we should fund them. So I was very interested in getting that question answered because if you could if we could get that 539 and we could guarantee, to stay at the bare bones, I would consider voting for this budget while we had these discussions that I just mentioned. But I'm hearing that that is not where we're at. And I hope that when we, if we do get, know in August, or if we know more about, after negotiations, that we will look at these. We'll come up with a plan so that we pivot this terrible cycle we're in, where the schools kind of feel devalued because they're frankly an afterthought. When we don't have a plan, and I guess that's what it is. Without the money, then I would need to understand where we are going, and I still do not. So as I say, we should speak of the schools, as what they are, a smart investment, and we should fund them at that level. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. I spoke at length at our last meeting, so I won't repeat what I said there, but I do want to first thank the mayor and the IT director for working to identify those school IT resources, and thank the mayor for taking the risk, and us, now that we've passed that the Senate budget will be passed and adding those anticipated funds. I want to give a special thanks to Finance Director Nardi for continuing to respond in detail to our questions. I appreciate the input from residents, and I will say again that questioning assumptions is valuable, but those residents aren't municipal finance experts, and Director Nardi is, with decades of experience. Do we need more school funding? Yes. And we need more funding in many other areas too, but we have to live within our means. And it continues to be my heartfelt belief that more money for the schools or other departments would put us in a bad financial position in the years to come, which would hurt the schools and the other departments in the long term. And I'm open to discussing the trade-offs while staying within the total budget that we have, but I don't think there's extra money that won't be used now or in the future. I appreciate Councilor Maori's aspirational ideas and desire for a plan that puts us in a better position and a sustainable long-term position to achieve better funding. And I will do whatever I can do to assist in that. But I, as of now, have to plan for the money that we do have. The DPW, I think most other councilors have spoken. The number of vacancies is very high. Was it 30? And the number of eliminated positions in the budget is very few, around 4. So I am hopeful that the higher pay that is being negotiated will allow many of these positions to be filled, and that the DPW will be able to hire. So I'll stop there and appreciate everyone's contribution here. And now I know that the mayor wanted to respond, and then we can go if other people want to comment on what we've heard.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, the staffing issues and vacancies in the DPW aren't because there aren't positions in the budget. There are positions in the budget. And we have worked to address those vacancies in collective bargaining. We have a commitment and an obligation to bargain in good faith, and doing that means, among other things, not conducting collective bargaining in a public meeting with those not involved with negotiations and without union representation. But I can say that there is a tentative agreement with Local 98, and I think I mentioned this at the previous budget meeting or at one of the hearings. That we are posting 4 positions based on that agreement for people to start on July 1st or ongoing. But we are, we're working to address those vacancies through this bargaining agreement that we have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor Elkins.
And I promise I'll be brief. Councilor Mayor, thank you very much for your remarks. They definitely bring home to me the many ways we are all, in fact, in agreement. We just struggle with how we get there. And this is my last, my last go around at this. So I would say the pivot that you described, I 100% agree. We are at an inflection point. Because of the changing demographics, because of the extraordinary fiscal environment, because of the after effects of COVID. And the difficulty, I think, for us is that we can't make that plan. We just can give the money. Mm-hmm. We just appropriate the money. And I would just suggest, for those of you who continue to be here and down the road and who sit in these seats going forward, a game changer when people say, let's not do this every year. I want to say to the school committee, an action plan that is that pivot with measurables of what goals we want to achieve and how we're going to get there, and a firm estimate of what would need to bridge that transition, so that then then you're not talking about just an ongoing, recurring expense of what we've been doing, that we've been hearing from many people aren't working for their children. And so no, it's not just an unfillable hole. It could be if we don't do the work. It could be if school committee doesn't do the work. It could be if the new superintendent doesn't, and our administrators don't do the work. But the reality is that it's very difficult in this situation for me without that plan, without people really grappling with what's different and what's changed and how we're going to move forward, to just keep doing the same thing at increasing cost every year, and achieving results that many people are unhappy with. So, take that for what you will. It only brings home that I think that we are all in agreement. We love our kids. We want the best for them. We all do. There's nobody here with hidden intentions to minimize or disregard anybody's lived experiences and the reality of what they're dealing with. It's regrettable that people would come here and say to us that we don't love our own kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rothenberg, or did you have a direct response?
I just wanted to say, I really, I'm sorry, did you want me to speak?
Yeah, you were mentioned, so you can have a direct.
I just wanted to say I appreciate, your bigger vision, and it's almost like the flip side of both. And the only kind of technical thing I would say about that is we need to give the school committee the power then, because my vision is something like, it's really the mayor and the superintendent would have to be, an actionable, short-term, not the strategic planning that will take longer, because my fear is that these not investing, we're going to lose more students, and we're guaranteed to just kind of keep going. So I hear what you're saying, and I agree, but I just think that I don't want to send the school committee off on some long project, that they don't really have the power to make happen. So it would really have to ultimately come from the mayor and the superintendent as well. But I appreciate your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Councilor Rothenberg.
The schools are continuing to have to do more with fewer and fewer resources every year. So the pivot that I would be talking about for Ward 3 is not one of, let's see how we can pivot to have the schools do more with less, because that's what they're already doing every year. The pivot we're looking for is, what I'm looking for Ward 3, is to stop underfunding them. So the pivot is a financial pivot. And when we start talking about what the schools should be doing differently in terms of curriculum or something, that's certainly outside of our purview. And yes, we just fund them, and that's a pretty big thing that we need to do. I am deeply concerned about what I'm seeing recently in terms of the director of special education or student services talking about what looks like it might be segregation. We're starting to talk about going back to where we were before the WINS model now. We're talking about kids having centers at different schools where their needs and disabilities are concentrated, because that might be a more cost-effective way to deliver the services. And there's going to be more about that on Friday in a meeting. It's all a little bit murky for us right now, but that's where this leads us, this underfunding and underfunding and underfunding. We can have them do rapid action plans, but I don't think they're going to be plans that we want for our community, and I think they're taking us backwards. We really need the money. If we're $2.6 million short on the strong budget, that's the budget that the school committee told us they needed to get the work done. That's their purview.
Any other comments, questions, clarifying?
My clarifying, I was just going to say, my idea of the action plan was to identify investments that will, to identify how to attract and retain students, for example. So it is about the money. It's not to see how to give them less money. It's about assessing and evaluating the situation, and which in my opinion would show that the investment part of it, that would bring home the idea that the schools are an investment. And because we would see, if we put those in action, we would see how our student population grow. So anyway.
Anyone else? Okay. Then we will proceed, and the next step is to vote. Now, we're going to do two votes to adopt. This is not the approving the actual order, but because we've divided the motion, we're going to do a vote to adopt one section and then a vote to adopt the other. I'll preside over the first one, which is everything in the general fund budget except central service parking maintenance, and then Rachel will preside over the second, and then you will vote on the actual order, and you'll need a motion to approve, and you'll vote on that without me. Okay, so the motion is already on the floor. It has been divided. This is now a vote to adopt the fiscal year 2026 general fund budget with the central services parking maintenance budget removed. And it takes a majority to pass this adoption. Any further discussion? We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote, because I think we'll want to know how each person is voting.
Yeah. Councillor Clemmer?
Yes.
Councillor Labarge?
Yes.
Councillor Maori?
Yes.
Councillor Moulton?
Yes.
Councillor Perry?
Yes.
Councillor Rothenberg?
No.
Councillor Dubs?
No.
Councillor Elkins?
Yes.
And Councillor Jarrett?
Yes. Okay.
Point of clarification. So what's the difference between adoption and approval now? I'm curious. So you're saying this is just to bring the orders together, right? Am I?
It's a little, it is a little confusing because, the motion that you put on the floor.
No, I'm just, now I overthought it because I'm kind of.
Adoption,
Yeah,
it's for the
okay.
purposes of discussion.
Okay, yeah,
Really?
I was just
Because
curious.
That's all we're doing.
We don't see that word very often, adoption,
Yeah. We're giving approval or not, and then the actual vote that
Yeah,
passes
okay.
the order will come.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to recuse myself for the next
Okay, so then we have to
portions, and Councilor Maori
So now we go on to deliberate and vote
will
on.
preside once I've
Oh,
gone.
sorry. Yep, sorry. Bye. Okay, so now we're going to deliberate and vote on.
I think what we have to do is this, the central services parking maintenance budget.
But we're only we're just voting on adoption or approving?
Well,
No.
yes, it's on the budget in conceptual format as opposed to the order itself. It's sort of.
Okay. Okay, so I need a motion to.
No. Let me see, we have, is it? Yeah, we do need a motion to.
Oh, no, maybe it's not, no additional motion.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, we don't need a motion, right, okay.
Both sides are or
Okay. Okay. So we just need to vote on adopting.
Just the central services budget.
So yes, I would entertain, we need to just vote on adopting the central services parking maintenance budget. And we should do a roll call, so.
Okay. Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg.
No.
Counselor Dubs.
No.
Counselor Elkins.
Not already voted, but yes.
And Counselor Clemmer. This is on
Not as divided.
This is parking maintenance
Sorry.
portion.
No.
Okay, and Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Okay. Now that both sections are adopted, we can vote on the entire order. Did I finally get it right after 3 terms with Alex? Okay. So,
I would move
motion to,
to approve the entire budget.
Okay. Okay, so now we need a roll call. Counselor Elkins, second. Did you have and second by Counselor Moulton?
I'm confused.
To approve. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor made by Counselor Elkins to approve 25.253, an order to approve FY 2026 general fund, the general fund as amended budget, including the amendments.
Thank you.
Correct? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I have a question.
Oh, yes.
This, in order to pass, needs to pass by 2/3, correct?
Yes.
6. Okay. I would like to,
Yes.
just discussion on that.
Okay.
Do we have a second? Was that?
The second was Counselor Moulton.
I would just, and so I certainly understand.
Vote on it.
Yes, discussion.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I would just like to offer to my colleagues that now both parts of this budget was just passed by the 6 votes in its constituent parts, and it's a little bit of a sort of a symbolic thing that we do to accommodate Councilor Jarrett's conflict, and I would urge my colleags, we've all heard your arguments, we understand. I would urge you, please, pass, please pass and vote yes, consistent with what the individual votes were, because it's a thing that is difficult is that we accommodate Councilor Jarrett's conflict, and so it passes when we vote on these. It passes in the requisite number of votes when we take it apart to account for Councilor Jarrett's conflict. And last year, it only failed when it was put back together because of the missing vote and we couldn't achieve 6. So I would just it is, out of respect for the body and what we've just done in this discussion and this process, and which is not to say anybody's being disrespectful with their vote, but it is worth considering whether or not we honor all of that discussion and process and procedure if we then fail to pass a budget that, when we talked about it in separate parts, did in fact pass. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Not pass, or was adopted by the requisite number of votes.
Did Councilor Rothenberg?
Yeah, I'm sure that for some of our members, they look at those prior adoptions as being similar to getting a motion on the floor to be able to be voted on. I think that understanding that the legal procedure here is that if the budget fails, the mayor's budget will go into effect anyway. This is the mayor's budget, and the mayor has had 1.5 years to achieve consensus, either with Councilor Dubs, with a massive infusion to the DPW, and possibly to schools, with me, massive to both as well. And it sounds like for Councilor Maori with at least level services. And we're not there, and I think out of respect for the way we work as representatives, in consultation with a mayor and trying to negotiate with her, this is where we have landed, and however we vote will be a reflection of that. If this again turns out to be just the mayor's budget with only her name on it and not the council's, she can be proud of that as it's her budget. That doesn't mean that we have to adopt it as council.
Okay, any other discussion, councilors, before the motion's already on the floor, so we just need a voice, and we need to roll call.
Right.
Okay, roll call, please.
Okay. Councilor Maori.
No.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg.
No.
Councilor Dubs.
No.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
And Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, so that fails, and we can have, now we can have Councilor, can we, let's see, we can have,
Unless we take up the 25,
yeah, do we?
6, the solid waste enterprise.
Solid, yeah, let's do solid waste, right, so it doesn't have to go back and forth. Okay, so we're up to, wait, where's the, okay, so we need a motion to, we need a motion to approve the solid waste.
Move to approve.
Yeah.
Second, the enterprise fund.
Enterprise fund and the central service. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a motion, sorry, I'm getting tired. Motion made by Councilor Elkins, second by Councilor Moulton again, and roll call.
Okay. Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Councilor Dubs.
No.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
And Councilor Maori.
Yes. Okay, so now I believe,
Brief recess.
well, yeah, we can come back.
Come back.
You're, okay, and a recess. Okay, so let's take a, 10-minute recess, and I'll have cookies, including a gluten-free option, waiting for you, counselors.
We are back with Northampton City Council, and we have 4 more fiscal year 2026 budget orders for the 3 enterprise funds and the revolving funds. So I would propose that we move these as a group. They are 25.254, 25.255, 25.257, and 25.258. That's the sewer, water, and stormwater and flood control enterprise funds and the revolving funds. Do I have a motion for that as a group?
Motion to,
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Councilor Elkins.
That's really funny.
Seconded by Councilor Perry. Discussion on these funds. Councilor Moulton.
I had one question. Can the mayor or Director Nardi remind me what is the source of money for that first revolving fund, energy and sustainability?
Sorry, which? I'm sorry, which agenda? No, you're talking about the...
I'm talking about Order 25258, and it's the fund number is 2420.
The annual spending limit? Because we just set annual spending limits. We're not allocating money
I
to...
believe that's from the Energy and Sustainability Commission's revolving fund.
And what the, you want to know what the,
Well, I'm just wondering where that, what's the source?
What feeds that?
Yes.
revenue from the sale of renewable energy certificates and renewable energy or greenhouse gas credits or other emission credits.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, roll call, please, on approval of the 4 funds.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg.
No.
Councilor Dubs.
No.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
And Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 7-2. We'll move back up to financial orders on first reading. And we come to 25.282, in order to authorize payment of prior year invoice. And the process note, 2 readings are respectfully requested to expedite payment. This is $312.75 to Elm Electric for work done at the Ryan Road School on March 27th, 2024.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Moulton to suspend the rules so that we may vote tonight. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentioned? Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Dubs and seconded by Councilor Clemmer. Is any discussion or questions? A roll call, please, on approval.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Councilor Dubs.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
And Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Next is 25.283, in order to reprogram various ITS account balances to ITS projects. There's 2 readings are not requested on this item. Mayor or Director Nardi, would you like to give an overview?
So CIO Ottaviani I think is on as well.
So these are all transfers from projects that have been completed, and we're moving money into ongoing projects. So if I could talk about the first one for $20,347. The rationale for this move is as part of the ongoing implementation of Mark 43, the department has requested 2 additional integrations between Mark 43 and key applications. While these integrations fall outside the original project scope, they are considered essential for operational efficiency. So this is continuing to support the fire rescue department. The second one for $5,688 and $502.14 and $5,781.68 remaining, all being moved for a total of $11,971 to ITS software platform upgrade. The rationale is these accounts contain remaining funds from several software upgrades completed in 2023. This year, we have multiple significant software upgrades underway that would benefit from repurposing these unused funds. Consolidating the funds also streamline the management of capital projects and improves overall budget efficiency. The third one, $16,000 remaining in IT dispatch radio servers and $50,000 remaining in ITS disaster recovery archiving, for a total of $66,000 be transferred to ITS city fiber expansion. They have recently received a new state grant to support the expansion of the fiber network. Given the potential for higher than anticipated costs, primarily due to uncertain make-ready expenses associated with attaching to national grid poles, ITS aims to allocate as much funding as possible to this initiative. Extending fiber to the former landfill site will enable the city to repurpose an existing building as a disaster recovery location for critical IT infrastructure. $79,861.24 remaining in the ITS wireless network refresh, being transferred to ITS city infrastructure upgrade. The rationale is these 2 accounts cover the same activity, the improvement of the city network. Merging them would increase efficiency in managing the budget. $7,511.52 remaining in the ITS tech equipment for the senior center, be transferred to ITS senior center equipment. The rationale is these 2 accounts cover the same activity, IT equipment for the senior center. Merging them would increase efficiency in managing the budget.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, I would entertain a motion either to refer to finance or to the consent agenda of our next meeting.
I'll move that we refer to the consent agenda for the July 10th meeting.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Moulton and seconded by Councilor Perry. Any discussion? All in favor of referral to the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that will appear in our July 10th consent agenda. Next, 25.284, in order to reprogram funds to Northampton High School auditorium lighting and rigging replacement. Also, this is the second reading is again not requested for this item, and it is a reprogramming $5,134 remaining from the completed security alarm panel project to be transferred to the high school auditorium lighting and rigging upgrade project. Personally, this is a small enough amount of money. I would rather just get it off our plate. There's interest in suspending the rules.
Yeah. Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Maori and seconded by Councilor Labarge to suspend the rules so that we may vote tonight on this item. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Sorry.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Dubs. Any discussion?
Just a question. So we don't do it. We don't have to do a roll call, even though it's a financial, because we're just reprogramming. No.
We don't have to do a roll call on suspension of rules.
Oh,
but we
I'm sorry.
will
Yes.
do a roll
Okay.
call next
Thank you.
on the vote.
Getting tired. Thank you.
Okay, glad to see the auditorium lighting and rigging upgrade being supported. Roll call, please.
Councilor Dobbs.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
And Counselor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. 25.285, in order to appropriate $355,850 from parking receipts reserved for appropriation to replace the E.J. Gare III garage parking system. This is in first reading, but 2 readings are respectfully requested. Would you like to speak to this item?
So as the order states, the current parking garage system was installed in 2014. It was recommended by manufacturers and service vendors that the equipment be updated every 8 to 10 years. The credit card readers are obsolete and with parts unavailable. Currently, Central Services only has 2 credit card readers that function out of the 4 total. The replacement was originally dated for fiscal year 28 in the capital improvements plan, or planned to be. Due to the accelerated issues occurring, they need to complete this work now. The bill acceptor is also obsolete, and we will no longer have spare parts if it was to fail. Central Services Parking has connected with Desmond Design Management to assist with the design and cost estimate for the project, and the request includes a 10% contingency. City Council is requested from the parking receipts reserved for appropriation for the purposes of replacing the entire parking system. This project was originally scheduled, I said that. And you want to speak to it? Sure.
I just want to add, and a bonus is that the new system will be able to work with Park Mobile.
And to clarify, the parking receipts reserved for appropriation is all the money that is taken in by the parking system, like from the meters and from the garage. So effectively, it pays for itself.
Correct.
I'll move
Councilor Moulton.
suspension of rules.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Moulton and seconded by Councilor Clemmer to suspend the rules so that we may vote tonight. Any discussion?
Process.
Councilor Rothenberg?
Do those have to be unanimous? Suspension of rules? They don't,
No.
right?
It requires 6 votes. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
No.
Okay, that passes with 8 yes votes and 1 no. The rules have been suspended. I would entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Perry to approve. Comments, questions, vote explanations?
Yeah, that just sounds expensive. I would have liked to see that go to finance. So that's all. And it is terrible and it needs to be replaced. I just got stuck there today.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Roll call, please.
Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Counselor Clemmer.
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yes.
Counselor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Perry.
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg.
No.
And Counselor Dobbs.
Yes.
Okay, that passes with 8 yes votes and 1 no. Brings us to 25.286, in order to approve the fiscal year 2026 cash capital to various capital projects. This is in first reading. 2 readings are not requested. And these are the capital projects that were approved in the capital improvement program, and the source is cash capital, which is money that is part of the general fund budget. They actually can't be approved until the fiscal year begins. So it's being introduced now, but we will vote on July 10th on actual approval. Would you like to talk about these?
You just gave a great introduction to them. Yes, these are projects that were approved with the Capital Improvement Program. I just want to note that as we've talked about, cash capital is in the FY26 budget, but going forward that it's not projected to be in the general fund, as it will need to be used for increases in the Northampton Public Schools and public safety. So we won't have this ability in the out years. If we're in a position at some point to build it back into the budget in the future, it's recommended that you have some cash capital in your budget. That would be great. But as I said, that's not projected for the next few years.
Thank you for that explanation. Questions, comments? Councilor Moulton?
Just one question. The planning and sustainability shared use paths, is that for design work or maintenance?
Yes, this is an annual request, and let me just get to, yep, it's for design improvement. Each year it takes planning and our feasibility to evaluate either new shared use path locations, design improvements, or connections to existing shared use paths.
Thanks.
Okay, are we looking for a motion either to refer to finance or to refer to the consent agenda of our next meeting?
I would move that we refer to the consent agenda for July 10th.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Moulton and seconded by Councilor Large. Discussion on referral. Councilor Rothenberg.
Same thing. I'm in favor of it going to finance. I will be a no for the same reason as my last vote.
And would you like to give a rationale or convince us?
Oh, no, I'm not going to debate it.
Okay. Any other comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Nope.
That passes with 8 yes votes and 1 no. It will be the consent agenda of our next meeting. Okay, we now have 2 end-of-year budget transfers, and, okay, right, we can't take them together because one of them, 2 readings are requested. So, 25.287, in order to approve the fiscal year 2025 end-of-year budget transfer, and this is specifically OPEB or other post-employment benefits, and this is the only one that, and 2 readings are requested because free cash is the source of the funding and it is frozen as of June 30th. Would you like to?
So these are just a transfer of grant, host, and fringe fees and the health insurance balance to the OPEB fund for future employee benefit liabilities and to ensure that we can meet our long-term commitments to our employees when they will be retirees.
And the I understand that you seem to be moving to an approach going forward to fund OPEB with free cash or money unspent at the end of the year rather than folding it into the operating budget. And I see as, OPEB is a long-term liability. It makes sense to me that funding it by varying amounts through the years shouldn't be a problem. But we certainly should keep an eye on this important long-term obligation because it's a requirement, and we want to make sure that we don't end up in, I forget when the date that if it's required to be fully funded by.
There's not a date for OPEB yet. There is for retirement. Yeah.
So there is no obligation that we fund this as of yet.
But there's not a legal from the state obligation. There's an obligation to our employees that we fund this and that we fulfill that. And there is some thought that, eventually the state will push to have, a date by which municipalities need to have this funded. Can I have something else I was going to say, but I can't remember what it was.
Just that we are reducing.
This is another place where, we had built this into the general fund, and it's another place where we're scaling back to put more money into the schools.
So 2 readings are requested
I will
on this
move
one.
to suspend the rules.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Moulton and seconded by Councilor Elkins. Discussion on suspension of rules. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Was there a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Clemmer. Further discussion? Okay, roll call, please, on approval of 25.287.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg,
Yes.
Counselor Dobbs,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Moving on to 25.288, in order to approve fiscal year 2025 end-of-year transfers, miscellaneous. So there's a large list of transfers. And would you like to summarize?
Sure. So, we do end-of-year transfers every year. We've tried to consolidate them into one order instead of multiple orders, which I think was more the case last year, just to, make it easier for you folks. But it is a long list, so if there are any questions, or Director Nardi, I don't know if there's anything general to say.
So, no, this last year, as the mayor said, we did 6 orders that totaled $1.5 million and was 1.4% of the budget. This year, we are trying to, as the mayor said, trying to get it into one order, and it's represents 0.8% of the actual FY 2025 budget. And just to summarize real quick, these are all, the top is the similar that we move money from employee insurance, we move it into compensated absences. City council, there was for overtime, $196. Information technology services, we're moving money to support upgrades in licensing for city computers. We're using workers' comp to actually, and leftover PS in other accounts to support building inspector services, overages, senior center, parks and rec, and the snow and ice line, and central services. And then on the back side, or at least on mine, it's second page, is highways and the enterprise funds, that we are moving funds to support ongoing capital from budget lines that have already been, that are in surplus because of vacancies.
Thank you. Some of these transfers, as you mentioned, are salary lines, with the police being the largest underspent line. Have you already considered these underspendings in the budget for next year?
Yes. So that was mostly because of, we had the chief Casper leave, and then we had Chief Cartledge not appointed right away. It's interim, and then he was appointed, and then in the moving everybody up, there was a gap, and then the salary levels are different. So there was that. Also, the educational line that has been adjusted for FY 2026 going forward.
Right, and that's why we saw in the budget, there's an actual reduction in the police budget.
Right, we saw, yeah.
Okay, so we do not need to do 2 readings, so this would be a referral to finance or to the consent agenda, but are there questions about this first? Councilor Labarge, your microphone.
I would like to ask our finance director a question. On city council, overtime, what's that all about?
So it was. Thank you, sorry. So I believe just you had, Laura was out, and you had somebody else come and do the minutes for your meeting.
Okay.
So that was it. It's a very small amount and perfectly appropriate, yeah.
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. What is the amount?
$196.31.
Any other questions? I would entertain a motion to refer.
Move to refer to the consent agenda.
Second.
July 10.
Motion made by Councilor Maori and seconded by Councilor Elkins to refer to the consent agenda. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. The last financial order on first reading is 25.290, in order to appropriate $25,000 free cash for Northampton Public Schools superintendent search. And 2 readings are respectfully requested. And The order just is short, says, while the cost of the Northampton Public School Superintendent search is the responsibility of the school district, the city will fund up to $25,000 for the superintendent search to be conducted during the 2025-26 school year. And it sounds like there's also, that means there's some news about the superintendent, which I don't think has been announced at this body. Would you care to share that as well as anything else you'd like to say?
Sure. First, I think, as I mentioned before, there's a discussion at school committee about requesting one-time funds at the meeting. And this was actually the only thing in the list that is a one-time fund. So the superintendent Bonner's last day with the Northampton Public Schools in the city will be next year on June 30th, 2026. And so I announced at the last school committee meeting that at the August 14th meeting, which is the next school committee, well, there's a special meeting, the next regular school committee meeting, there'll be a discussion about next steps for a superintendent search, and there needs to be funding for that search. That, as is in the order, that is a responsibility of the school budget. It should be in the school budget, but as we know, to relieve there's a lot of pressure on the school budget. So to relieve some of that pressure, I am asking the council to authorize having the city fund up to $25,000 for a superintendent search to be conducted in the 25-26 school year.
Thank you. Councilor Mary.
What's the general total cost of a search?
So this was the amount that was requested from, or was in the motion from the school committee. I think the last search was about $18,000.
Okay.
So I think there's some accounting for inflation.
So it's ballpark. It's not like going to be a ton more than. That's good.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes. So Mayor, is she leaving us?
Yes. Yes, so her last day will be a year and a little bit from now, so June 30th, 2026, at the end of next year.
Sad.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Clemmer to suspend the rules so we may vote tonight. Any discussion on suspension of the rules? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. I would now entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Elkins to approve this order. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call please on approval.
Okay. Councilor Clemmer?
Yes.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes.
Councilor Moulton?
Yes.
Councilor Perry?
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg?
Yes.
Councilor Dobbs?
Yes.
Councilor Elkins? Did I miss you?
No. Oh, well, I mean, you haven't
Yes,
gotten to me yet.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, somehow.
No, but I thought you were done, so.
Okay, but, well.
Okay, go on.
Councilor Midori, just in case.
Yes. And.
Already, sorry. And Councilor Elkins?
Yes.
Okay, Councilor Jarrett?
Yes.
All right, we started with Councilor Clemmer.
Okay, 25.290 is unanimously approved. Okay, that brings us to the CPA orders. There are 9 CPA orders. They were referred as a group to the Finance Committee on May 21st, and they received a unanimous positive recommendation from the Finance Committee on June 16th. So, are there? I would love to be able to move these either as a group or many of them as a group. And if there are ones that, unless there are ones that counselors would like to pull out of the group so that they could have, I mean, we can have a discussion about it all, but if they think they would be voting differently.
I'd move for approval of items A through I of all of the orders, of all the CPA, as a group, the entire group.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Rothenberg. Any discussion on right, that they're now all on the floor for discussion. Counselor Elkins?
So my comment is just brief and general, which is, I really do encourage everybody to check out the finance meeting where we discussed all these, and maybe if you really want to dig a little further at some of the meetings of the CPA committee as they do their work. It's always interesting and varied projects that really get at a number of things that we work on in the city, and I love the CPA. I regret a little bit that we're not able to talk about them a little bit more, but do check them out, and please vote to pass these. They're great projects.
Counselor Rothenberg?
Yes, it's sort of like in the vein of an announcement. It's just awesome. I think that the Ryan Road Accessible Playground had their groundbreaking start today.
I didn't know that.
So that's pretty awesome, and we thank the CPA for that.
Counselor Dubs?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that I saw there are 3 things on here that are improving accessibility, and I find that to be pretty great. The Ruggles Center accessibility upgrades, 148 South Street accessibility upgrades, and as well as the Leeds School Playground for All. I think that's amazing, so yeah, just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, and there's a 4th. The Boggy Meadow Road Trail construction is for an accessible trail.
Ah, I missed that one. Well, that's even better.
Don't forget Ryan Road.
Yeah.
And
700.
other comments, discussion? Well, I will add, Councilor Labarge, did you wish to speak? No. Okay. I will add, I attended the meeting and got to ask a few questions, and I wanted to point out that the CPA funds for Laurel Park documentation project, that Laurel Park is both a condominium community and a nonprofit organization, and they have a website, laurelparkarts.org, and hold events for the public. So I encourage you to check that out, and it's a priority for me when approving CPA funding for nonprofits that those nonprofits have a community benefit, and if they're holding events for the public, or their building is open to the public for events, I want to make sure the public knows about those events. For the Mainsfield flood resilience, Mainsfield is a beloved part of Ward 5. I'm very happy to see the flood resilience plan continuing. And yeah, another amazing playground at the Leeds School. And I didn't get this information back yet, but I am interested still. And I think Sarah LaValle will be getting this information because the Leeds School funding and the Ryan Road funding for the playgrounds was through a loan. So that means that future CPA funds will be paying for that loan over time. We've done that with a number of CPA projects over the years. Just allows us to get something done now. And so I'm interested in the outstanding balances, like how much of our CPA funds are going to debt service, and how much will be after this one is approved. And I don't know if you have that information, or I imagine I can get that from Sarah LaValle.
I don't have it. I mean, I can get it to you. Absolutely, I can get you how much is going towards, but Sarah and I can work on that.
Okay, thanks a lot. And then finally, the order for CPA funds for 148 South Street accessibility upgrades. This is it's $316,553. That's a significant amount of money for historic preservation for a private nonprofit. So I got to hear in the Finance Committee some of the work that the Betty Allen chapter of the Daughters of American Revolution do for the community, and so I encourage folks to check them out and go to their events, and soon it will be accessible there. So, Councilor Clemmer, then Moulton.
Oh, mine's real quick. Did you want to go first? Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the clothing collection. One thing that was really cool is that they had these old T-shirts from gay prides from the 1970s and Peacekeeper, and I think it's at Forbes. Is that? Yeah, so that I definitely want to go down there and take a look at them. And, I mean, just the condition of all these old clothes they had from, it's just amazing that they're so well preserved after all these years. And I'm really glad they're keeping up with keeping them so we can all enjoy it.
Councilor Moulton.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the money for the house on South Street, the DAR, while it's owned by the DAR, it's also used by the Sons of the American Revolution, so there is gender equality. And while there are some public events there now, the upgrading in accessibility will allow and encourage them to have even more public events. So.
Could I just add a little something, since we're talking about that? They have a brand-new unveiled General Lafayette marker, trail marker that was installed and unveiled this weekend. So that you can just go past on South Street and take a look. It's really pretty impressive. It was a great ceremony, and it was just really nice to spend some time there. If you've never been inside, I do encourage people to go inside. It's a remarkable historic residence.
Councilor Maori.
Yeah, just a shout out to the principal of the lead school, Chris Wenz, who has been a real champion for that school and got the, and did the application for the playground. And we are sadly losing her, but I'll think of her when we see this new playground, and I'm really grateful for her consistent dedication to the Leeds community.
Thank you. Councilor Labarge.
Yeah, also
your microphone.
Also, too, at Ryan Road School, I got a phone call from our president of the union, and she's a teacher at Ryan Road, of inviting me that for the construction of it, it should be completed by the end of July.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Playground for all.
I wanted to just note, and I think this was discussed at the Finance Committee meeting, that there aren't affordable housing orders in this round, and that there were no applications, as I understand it, for affordable housing in this round. But if you look at the percentages that are spent in the 4 areas that are allowed, it's still about 25% each over time. And I hope that we do get more applications for affordable housing, and I hope that everyone out there who's building housing has an understanding that this is a resource, that if they want to put an affordable unit as part of their project, that this is one of the ways that they could get assistance with that. Would you like to share with the rest of the class?
She's trying to behave.
Councilor Clemmer's image magically seems to be appearing on the big screen a lot. I'm just wondering if perhaps she has some
I saw her up
button.
there.
Okay, we are, and are there any more comments, questions, debate on these issues? Okay, then we can take a roll call on all 9 Community Preservation Act orders.
Yep.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Councilor Maori.
Yes.
Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
Councilor Perry.
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Yes.
Councilor Dubs.
Yes.
Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett.
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer.
Yes.
Troy. Okay.
Okay, so those all pass unanimously. Brings us to the last item on our agenda, which is an ordinance not yet referred, 25.280, an ordinance relative to parking on South Street. This is in first reading, and as I understand it, there used to be a vet in this area, but it's now just residential around there, so the limited time parking is no longer needed. This just removes the limited time parking.
Move to refer to legislative matters? Because we have.
I'll second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Perry to refer to legislative matters. Any discussion?
Aye. I just want to say that I used to take my cats to that vet, and I was very sad when I could no longer walk my cats to the vet. But I'm glad that there are residential places, and all the neighbors are awesome.
Thank you. Councilor Dubs.
Yeah, I would just add that I recently spoke with a resident on South Street who had mentioned that this had been an issue for them. The limited parking had been an issue for them and their neighbors in terms of being able to have visitors, and it just made it very hard to have to be able to park on South Street and leave your car there for more than 2 hours. So this will be appreciated by them.
Councilor Elkins.
Just very briefly to say to legislative matters that I would anticipate we would tack this on.
Yes.
The joint meeting coming up for the very brief discussion, I think.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah,
Plummer.
I'm on transportation and parking. We discussed this at great length, and it's only 150 feet, and it's the only section on that street that does have many restrictions on parking, and like Councilor Dubb said, it is difficult for the residents there to have visitors or just park on the street, so it makes a lot of sense to me to do away with it.
Great. Okay, all in favor of referral to legislative matters, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Any new business? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Motion made by Councilor Elkins and seconded by Councilor Labarge. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we are adjourned. See you on July 10th.
Okay.